talk about a nice little feature, the My Comfort Cutter, which is this personalization right here. You can take this out and use it as your template or turn it over, and you can personalize it and it's yours. And it's as easy as that.
Today, the true cut. I'd like to start by talking about our rulers. That helps add an additional measure of safety. You'll notice holes as well for additional security, safety, holding, and easy measurements. We have multiple sizes. One of the great things we love is that it cuts like a straight cutter, but the ergonomics does remove all of the stress from the arms and the wrist and pairs beautifully with our ruler. And I'm just going to briefly show you this, which gives you a track and a guide that keeps those two paired perfectly for those accurate cuts down the entire length of the ruler. We encourage you to look more at these products and see the individual product demos, because it will definitely increase your cutting success, creating easier, safer, and more accurate experiences with all that you do. Karla, I see you in front of a frame right now that I don't think a lot of people know about. Why don't you tell us why it's so exciting and what it is?
Yes, this is our fabulous cutie frame. It's small, it's petite, it sits on a table, a sturdy table surface. You can use your home sewing machine, you can quilt with it, and you can stow it away after you're finished. And it also doesn't limit you to the size quilt you can quilt. So lots of great things and features.
Those are some wonderful things that I've heard. I know, Karla, when we start talking about quilting and what's going on, usually there's two big real questions that come up. First, people go like, oh, it's got to be super expensive for a big system. And the other one is the room and the space. What have you found, and what makes this so exciting about people who are just maybe getting started, or someone that's looking for a solution to some of their biggest struggles with pushing their big fabrics through the throat of the machines?
Well, it just makes it easier. So instead of you pushing the fabric, it allows you to move the sewing machine across your fabric and do those wonderful quilting designs or embellishing with thread. So it just takes all that headache and heartache and shoulder pain out of it.
Like you mentioned, you can start with your domestic. However, you're not limited. You can do 15-inch, 19-inch. You can do many different things, tracing with lasers, free motion, and computer automation as well. We have a wonderful lineup of standard frames that are great for your domestics. Also, we have wonderful combos with mid arms, long arms, and even professional 21-inch machines as well.
My name is Leah Day, and welcome to You Can Quilt. We are learning 3 new filler designs during Grace Company's Spring Fling Quilt Festival.
Hello, I'm Jenny Gaston. I own Wool & Willow Designs, and I'm the creative director for Primitive Quilts and Projects magazine.
Hi everyone, I'm Lizzie Allen from Thimble & Thread Quilting. I'm a Grace Ambassador and a National Educator, and I live in Victoria, Australia. And today we're going to do a fun, creative little class on creating feathers. So thank you for joining me, and let's start.
Hi, thank you for joining me in the Grace Company Spring Fling. My name is Janet George, and I am a Grace Ambassador, and I am thrilled to share with you about easy quilting with easy mode. Hello, it's Sarah with Designs by Sarah J. Thanks so much for joining me today for Happily Hand Quilted. I'm here to tell you all the tips and tricks you need to get started on your own hand quilting journey. Now, the reason I'm really excited to be bringing this information to you today is Grace Quilting has just recently introduced a new hand quilting hoop. And this hoop fits on an optional lap stand. I'm going to show you how to use it, and it's a game changer.
Welcome to Spring Fling!
We're so excited. Karla's been a while. I'm excited. Karla's excited.
Yes, and it's been crazy. So we are going to enjoy the whole day with you, and thank you for joining us.
Yes. My name is Mark Martin.
I'm Karla Jerome.
And we have on the other camera, we have Nathan.
You there, Nathan?
I'm here.
Be here. I kind of think like I'm maybe the behind the scenes co-pilot. So no, just super excited. We did this last fall, and with the success we had, we just really appreciate everybody who wanted to join, all those who participated, all the wonderful quilts. In fact, there's a whole lot of what we, some of that same excitement that we have now. We have a lot of those of you who have submitted them. In fact, I would encourage you, reach out if you have a few others, or if you have some other friends that maybe haven't had a chance to participate. Hey, we're still moving through part of that process right now. And so Mark and Karla, thanks for having me. I'm Nathan Erznosnik here with the Grace Company, and we're really excited about this Spring Fling. Karla, tell me a little bit about, from your perspective, and Mark, from you, why are you so excited about this Spring Fling?
Well, it's all of our guests. We have some wonderful quilters to present to you in classes, and their talent and their gifts. They're going to share with you what they love about quilting. That's part of the reason. We're going to have some great classes, and we get to show you some new techniques, and we're going to introduce some new products, some sneak peeks as well. So we're really excited about those. What about you, Mark?
Well, you pretty much said it all, Karla. The guests that we have on, the product demonstrations that we're going to be doing. We're going to talk about a lot of what we have, and especially new product. I always like to talk about the new product we have coming out, but more importantly, to have the viewers be able to be with us, with our special guests. That's exciting.
Yeah, and to interact. So leave your comments. We'd love to see where you're from. And if you haven't submitted quilts, can they still submit quilts? Nathan?
Great. So yeah, for that, I'm going to say yes. And one of the things I'm just thinking here, I'm just watching, and I'm seeing so many people coming in here. I'm like, there's a Teresa V here, like, welcome from New York. We've got Minnesota. Hello, Shirley, Pennsylvania, Susan, Patty Nielsen's Minnesota. Again, it's really fun to see as we are getting started, all the additional individuals who are participating. If you're here for the first time, I'm going to have you, if you don't, on your phones, if you're using your YouTube, there's an option up on the top right and the bottom for commenting, or Facebook. I'm curious, and I would love anybody here for the first time, go ahead and put a 1 in the comment really quick. Just drop a 1 and hit enter. I'm curious to see what this looks like as we start getting involved with everybody, and I'm guessing it's going to explode a little bit with what we're doing. So we'll put a 1. Put a 1 in the comments if this is a first time here visiting the Grace Company for a quilting event. Again, we did one last year. There we go. I see them all coming in. First time, ones. Again, other people joining us. Illinois. Oh, there we go. It's blowing up. It's great. I love seeing that. So thanks for first timers. Let's go ahead and have those who are seeing this for the second time. Now it is spring, so it's not fall. We have all new classes, all new presentations, new topics. If you're here and you're back because of what you saw last year, go ahead and throw number 2 if you're visiting with us and participating in here. Again, the Spring Fling for a kind of another go around. We're excited about being able to do events both in the spring, and we will have one again in the fall. We'll talk a little bit towards the end of this to get you some anticipation about that, but thanks for joining us. I do want to clear a couple key things for everybody. And I just know as we get into this digital world, we will be very clear with you. We have a couple of our employees that are helping monitor comments that will be responding. Just so you know, we're not going to ask you or give you links to take you to anywhere else or to take you off site. So if you by chance happen to see that, unfortunately, we're in this world where some people might be participating and looking at, I call it the scam or whatnot. We've been fortunate not to have any of that, but just so you know, we're not going to be putting links or asking you to go to other spaces that are not part of graceframe.com or part of this events page that those of you who have been able to register have signed up to. So I just wanted to kind of clear that with everybody. We are excited about a little bit of a couple different pieces on the format. We have some vendors, and I wanted to do a quick shout out. In fact, I am going to bring my screen up here. Let me go ahead and pull up. I want to help everybody see our vendors here briefly, and then talk a little bit about the quilts and the submissions for that process. But let me go ahead and bring my computer up here. And here we go. And so this is an option that you can go select. If you log in, up top you'll have the vendor hall, and this is a great place to go and see where we have a lot of some of our key ambassadors are here, and then there are several other companies that thought there would be great value, and we're excited about the value they bring as well, as far as some of the things that they are interested in showing and selling during this event. So go ahead, take a minute, browse. You can go into these booths and they'll have a couple additional things. So again, I wanted to do a shout out to our sponsors and thanks our vendors for helping participate with this. Right now, I'm going to click up top on the quilt show. And I want you to look at this again. This is an exciting piece. We are doing the giveaways, first places, second place, third, and best of show. There are the galleries. If you have not had a chance, this went live today. This is one of those great things, really probably one of the most likely reasons you registered, but the galleries are available. So feel free to go in here. There's amazing quilts. One nice addition that we have this time for you as quilters is we allowed those who uploaded quilts to have multiple pictures. Last time I felt, boy, I would love to see that a little closer, or I'm wondering what the back looks like. And so we gave all those who submitted quilts a chance to share more of what that is and a little bit more with their story. Feel free, you can notice here, you can vote for your favorite quilt. So voting's open. It has been, if you've been sharing links, if you've registered and put a quilt in, but now anybody who can come and look at these quilts and start voting for their favorite quilts in their different categories. So I would like to encourage that. Also, you can look at copying a link to share. You can email this, post it on Facebook. So we're really encouraging everybody who is participating in this event to share it with your other quilter friends or others that you have as loved ones that you feel that would love to be part of this event with us. With that, let me go back to Karla briefly. And Karla, this is going to be a little bit of a different question that I have for you, because I know you're participating and you're doing a couple classes. Tell me what you've been excited for from yourself on helping share some great insights with a lot of our viewers.
Question, and I love it because I love the creative process. I love coming up with new things and new ideas to present to you. So it gets my creative juices going, and it's hard to shut them down once they start. And I come up with one new solution to show you, and then it like opens the door for all these others. So I have to rein it in and say, okay, this is going to be for fall. And so that's what's exciting, is to be able to present to you some new thoughts, new ideas that I think are fun and easy and very engaging. And so I'm very excited about the little classes that I'm going to be teaching. I'm going to be teaching one on baby bubbles. It's a soft, cuddly quilt. And again, it's a strip technique that makes it easier. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. And then I'm showing you a strip bag that I came up with, and that's going to be really fun, very quick as well. So those are just a couple of them. I've got so much more to show you and talk to you about throughout the show. So thank you for joining us. So
wonderful. I will come back, Karla. I will tell you, it's been pretty amazing to see your mind work through, you're like, okay, if I were to come up with something that I think will help empower quilters, what and how do we make that easy? How do we give them some quick wins? And how do we come out with some new techniques? I thought you did an amazing job. So it's been fun to see you go through this process as a quilter. I would reach out there to any of the quilters who've been out there before, and maybe you could go ahead and put one in. Have you been excited about a new technique that you learned? Think through that. What was one of the best techniques that you came across here maybe in the last year that has helped make quilting easier for you? If you've had something like that, I would encourage you to go ahead and put that in the comment. Maybe we can take a look at that and see what that has meant to you. But Karla, it's been really fun to have you as part of that. Now, Mark, I'm going to ask you a couple things, and then I'll kind of go back to a couple other housekeeping items here to show some screens and whatnot. But Mark, my question for you is, Mark is in charge of all of our customer relations, and that is around the globe. So Mark deals with the international markets, he deals with the US markets, and his team really is looking at engaging with consumers and helping provide them with the key solutions. Mark, what would you say, if we were to take a glimpse as we've kind of moved into this year, has been exciting for you and the team? And I know it's been overwhelming. I know there's been an increase of customer interaction. How is that going for you? And what would you say you talk with your teams as far as the importance of how they can really help provide solutions for the quilters that call in?
Well, thanks, Nathan. That's also another great question. We we have our mission statement, Nathan, for one. And our mission statement, we always talk about like enriching the lives that we come in with contact. And that's with almost everybody that we come on the phone or chat or email. And that's exactly what my team and myself want to be able to do, is enrich the lives of all you quilters out there, whether it's with new product, understanding the product, you know, Karla with your education, to get that out there so that everybody's involved with Grace Company has the right resources to make sure that their lives that we touch with our product is getting the right information needed so they can enjoy the product they have. The product that we come out with, exciting, the Cutie Frame. You know, the Cutie Frame, when it came out, it's still very exciting, and it's still very, very new on the market, and we are seeing a lot of love come from the Cutie Frame. And one of the things that my team is doing very well with all of you guys is the back orders that we have. And maybe some of you already have a Cutie Frame on order. We will be able to get those out shortly, and thank you very much for your patience. But just the new product that we have come in, the resources that we are working with to make sure that your quilting is everything that you need to make sure you can go from A to B without any hiccups. So it's very exciting.
Great. So let me go ahead and come on back in here with everybody. So I love, and I was just looking, Mark, you were talking about that we had here, Regina Martin. I love my cutie. We've known that's been the case, and you're right, that has been a really great product to have. What I wanted to quickly do is just reach out and provide a thanks to everybody who helps make this type of an event happen. There are so many people behind the scenes, hours and hours and hours, as everybody knows. The great thing is we have a lot of wonderful people who are willing to help support part of this type of an event. And that's obviously a lot of you quilters out there, and your willingness to help participate and come and share us your beautiful pieces of art with your quilts. And then also everybody behind the scenes. We have teams here at Grace Company. We also have a couple key marketing relationships that we have. And so I want to do a shout out to Dev Simplify and Marketing Simplify and that entire team, the entire Grace team. Right now we have several people helping us on part of Mark's team too with comments. We have an entire marketing department. So I really wanted to thank all of those individuals as well. We know that this isn't possible without everybody. So I wanted to just do a thank you very much for your patience, your diligence, and all the details that have to kind of be put together to make something like this happen. With that, I'm going to go ahead and I want to take a quick look again with some show navigation. I did kind of hop through that, but let me go back through that briefly so that you can see a few things. And then we'll take a look at a couple last items when it comes to some quilts. So let me go ahead and bring my screen up here for everybody to see. And so here we are. This is the Spring Fling's main page. This is something that you know has been available, and it's been around for quite some time, and it's going to show up here in just a minute. But now there are a lot of other active options that weren't active until actually last night and today. That would be the quilt show, which is an option up top. If you're on a mobile device, there'll be what we call a little pancake menu that has 3 little lines. If you select that, it will bring up this same menu, and so you can choose other categories later on when you're browsing quilts. We have the vendor hall that is now open, and it's also available. We also have a method and a way to shop some of what the promotions are on the sale. I also have a special little page here, if I can find this. Everybody had a chance when you signed up. We actually sent out, where is it here? I want to find my, oh, here we go. Some of the coupons that are running some of the promotional specials that are very specific to this event only. And so we'd encourage you to take a look at that as well and find out and see those coupons and take advantage of some of those wonderful specials that we have. In fact, a couple of our events here during this show, we're going to be talking about key solutions to like cutting. And how does the True Cut system help solve and make cutting easier, safer, and more accurate? And so there will be some of those type of items that we also have going on here. We also have, I don't know if we can bring a camera up. Let me go ahead and take this kind of off the screen here and bring Mark and Karla up. In the background, I don't know if you can see in the middle, but we have a new way that we're going to be doing and giving away some random prizes for those live viewers that are with us today. And again, thank you for being with us live. And what is that, Mark and Karla? What are we going to do now to help select some of the live winners during this event?
Yeah, so we wanted to change it up like we always do at Grace Company. And those who watched before, we had a nice little spin the wheel, which is great, but we wanted to retire that wheel and bring in Plinko.
Yeah. Yay!
So that is our new Plinko giveaway, and we've tested it, and it's been awesome. So
Yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of
really
fun.
So with that, if I can say, can we give away something really quick to get this all started? Because I would like to go back and we'll talk about a couple other things, but I am feeling like I know this is one of the things I loved last time. So I would love to give something away. And I think last time what we did is we chose somebody from the Facebook platform and somebody from the YouTube platform in order to select that, because I know that there were differences in the way people can put your comments in. So right now, just to do a quick test on this, like if you're ready, this is how we did this last time. And this is for the live. We are doing those, and we are shipping those to winners within the contiguous, the 48 United States. So that's who can win the live ones. We're actually looking at, and the names that we're drawing for this event, we've included the key big wins. We're going to be shipping those around the globe to the winners. So again, if you're participating and you're an international, coming from an international country, we're going to encourage you still to participate with that, because those bigger prizes, we're going to take care of the shipping and all those components to get those key products out to you as winners. But again, right now it's going to be the 48 states is what we're going to be looking to do for these live free ones. So really quick, everybody go ahead and throw one in there so we can make sure our juices are going, because I think we're going to ask a couple key questions usually when we go through and we choose one of those. So go ahead and throw one and hit enter so that you can kind of know where your chat box is and you're ready to go, so we can all participate. And then we're going to be coming up with what is the key question. We're going to go to Karla. She knows that she's not a big fan of this, but we're going to have her ask it. I love that. She's like, oh no. There we go. I'm seeing the ones coming through. I'm seeing, yeah, there we go. Yes, one. Okay, good. And
not all of them will maybe not know, okay? But those of you that have been joining me once a week, I do a live webinar, and I just want to know what day of the week that is on. So the first person from each of you who could tell me what day of the week I do my live webinar, and we've advertised it several times. So if you go to your Facebook page or your YouTube channel, you'll see it posted down there. So what day of the week do I usually do my live webinars? And they'll continue back. We'll pick them back up coming up after the show is over with, the Spring Fling is over with. So
that's a great question.
See, we already have some.
Yeah, we have a ton, Karla, a ton. So that was a good one. That was an easy one. So let's, Karla, give us the answer. The day of the week was Tuesday. And here is actually, as I'm going through all of our comments, I appreciate this. We're going to just go ahead and select one of those individuals. I'm going to pull this one. This one is from the YouTube viewer, and this one is Sue Rusher. So we're going to say congratulations, Sue Rusher. Okay, now here's the challenge. Are we okay? And do we have a camera so we can zoom in? Because this is Plinko. So Mark, you get to go choose a Plinko chip for her. There we go. Why don't you go ahead and drop it in, and let's see what she's going to win. Now we have several items as Mark's going back there. Maybe give me a minute, Mark. We have electric sharpeners, rulers, cutters. What else do we have, Mark?
Yeah, we have cutters, the rulers, there's a triangle ruler set. So that's a nice little one. But yeah, triangle ruler set, 5-comfort cutter, rectangle ruler set as well, 2 electric sharpener, and the square ruler set. So all the rulers are in a set, which is pretty nice. And then the quilters combo. And the quilters combo, Nathan, that has the comfort cutter, the main 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and our set of true grips.
Great. So it looks like I think we might have missed part of that, but you mentioned there were rulers, and we're not just doing a ruler, right? We're going to do a set of the rulers. So there's rulers, there's cutters, there's sharpeners. Wonderful. Go ahead, Mark. Give us a drop. Let's see what she's going to win.
All right, we're going to go here to the corner.
Trisha! Congratulations! You love it.
Wonderful. So my team always goes like, oh, why does Nathan do this? I'm going to throw a little something extra. Let's go ahead and throw 4 true grips on top of that sharpener as well. Now those are great because they work on any of your rulers and keep them from sliding around. So that's probably enough to do 6+ rulers. So let's throw 4 of those in, and let's go ahead. I'm going to choose the next winner here. And we have a Robin Jalupe is what I would say on this one. She is the one from Facebook. Robin. So congratulations. And Mark, let's go ahead and choose a Plinko, and let's drop this for Robin and see what we're going to be doing with her. as Mark's doing this, again, I'm going to reach out and say, if you receive this, we have an email address we're going to have people respond to, right? What's the email address? What's that? Sales, SALES at graceframe.com. So Robin, we're going to ask you to email sales at graceframe.com, and Sue, the same thing. So go ahead. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, now it's going to one of Mark's account executives. So I will go ahead and I'll put that on the screen in just a minute. It'll be Jana, Janna. So Jana at graceframe.com. But let's go ahead and let's do a win. Everybody's like, what you going to win? What you going to win?
All right, we're going to go to the other corner now. And that was the triangle ruler set.
Triangle ruler set. So those are 3 triangles. And Mark, let's go ahead and add 3 true grips. So each one of those rulers, she can use the true grips for the back of them, and then that will give her some extras as well. Nice. There you go. Wonderful. So that's the triangle ruler set. And let's do one more set. We're going to do another set of questions. And I'm wondering if, Karla, do you have another one ready to go? I'll come up with the next one. I'll do the next one.
Okay. Hang on just a second. I wasn't expecting to do another one.
I have it. Okay. There was a key thing she brought up on one of the classes that she had done a new technique on, and it was a something quilt. And there's a name, and there's 2 names that come into this. It's a baby quilt. What kind of baby quilt did she say she had some comments on? So that would be the next one. What is that? What is the name of that little quilt? And that's kind of a tough one because she said it, but she didn't spend a lot of time on it. Anybody know what the name of that was?
It's in tomorrow's class.
Tomorrow's class. If you have the schedule, you can look at the schedule as well. I'm looking to see. I see a number 1. Oh, I see a close. Ooh, we're going to pull this one. This one's the first official one, and it has one of the words. We're going to take that, and then we're going to pull this. So right here, we have Cat G Bubbles. It's the baby bubble quilt. That is correct. And so you're going to want to watch that. A super quick win on easy ways to actually quilt as you go down the frame. And I just wanted to keep on touching this. She brought it in. I was like, oh, this feels just so soft. A perfect baby project. So yeah, baby bubble quilt. So with that, let's go ahead and do a drop, Mark, and let's see what Cat G wins. Dun, 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 dun. Down the middle. Where are we going? It looks like it is. Oh, nice. This is one of our great ruler sets. And Mark, maybe share what comes in that set of 3 rulers. What are we going to be giving away?
The 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, the 6.5 by 12.5 ruler, and the 3 by 18 ruler.
Wonderful. So we've got that again. Cat G, you're going to need to email Jana, Janna, at graceframe.com. That's graceframe.com. And we're going to go ahead and move down to the next. Here we go. This is the first winner on the Facebook platform. Debbie Denicky is what I would say on that one, or Denick. That is correct. Is the baby bubble. So let's go ahead and Mark. Let's drop one for Debbie, and let's see what Debbie's going to win. Woo! What's Debbie up for here? Here we go. Moving to the Plinko. Oh, wait. Whoa. Does that mean like we get a double drop or something, Mark?
Yeah, double drop. All right, here we go again.
There we go.
Oh, there's a little, that's why. All right, we're going to go back and do it again.
Here we go. Hey, get a nudge. Where's it falling? What side?
Let's see. Well, let's go ahead and do the
Quilters combo.
Quilters combo. That's a good one. Now, Mark, maybe tell us briefly about the Quilters combo again. What is the Quilters combo, and what does it include?
The Quilters combo include the My Comfort Cutter 45, the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and a set of true grips. And so this package is nice because it's a great starter kit with all the with the necessary cutting tools you need. So yeah, My Comfort Cutter, again, 45 millimeter, 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and the set of true grips.
All right, wonderful. Let me quickly put this up. This is the email again, Jana at graceframe.com for our winners. So please make sure to send her your information. We're going to want your name and a couple other things. As long as she can reach back out to you, we can look at what we need to do to get you your prizes. So congratulations. Thank you. We'll come back to that in a minute, Mark. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple other things here really quick before we kind of move into part of what we're going to look at around noon, which is going to be really fun. We're going to talk about some of our cutting tools and how that makes cutting easier, simpler, more accurate. But let me come through and let me go ahead and see what we're going to do right here. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my screen, and I would like you guys to see. Let me see here. We're getting drops of message. When are we going to be doing that? Right now? Oh, sweet. That's great. We're going to come back to this in a minute. One thing that we thought we would love to do right now to fill some of this time is actually take you on a tour of the Grace Company. So I'm going to go ahead and move into that. We'll come back, look at a couple other slight details, and then we're going to move back into a couple other giveaways and then into some product demonstrations. So stay with us as we move through this. Here we go. Thanks. All right. Getting that all queued up for us. And as we do so, I'm going to throw Mark a silent high five. How do we do there? All right. Karla, Knuckles. Well, there you go. What are you doing? Again, thanks everybody for being with us. We have a lot of people streaming with us live now. As we're doing this, I'm going to encourage you to find your comment box. Maybe I'll throw a quick question out just to see as you get used to this, because we're looking to go to those comments for the live winners. So that would be key for you to know. Right now, again, let me just reach out and maybe quickly give me a number 3. Put a number 3 in your comments if you were participating as we gave away the last live and we talked about the baby bubble quilt. Put a 3 in there just so we can see if we're working on part of what we've got going on. And as we're doing this, it looks like we're ready to do our roll, and we're going to do a few minutes and show you and introduce our Grace Company staff. Here we go. Everybody, this is a tour of the Grace Company. Thanks for joining us today on this fantastic fall festival event. We're going to take you around, and we're excited to introduce you to everybody. So let's go ahead and step on inside Grace Company. Here we are walking in and saying hello to Jessica, who's here with receptions and our customer service team. Welcome, Jessica.
Thanks.
This is a quick shout out to all of our people joining us here. Anything you want to say?
Thank you. Thank you for all the support.
I know you get a lot of calls every day.
All day long.
Wonderful and fantastic. Thanks a lot. We're going to continue. We're going to go talk with Eddie, director of our operations. Hello, Eddie.
Hello.
This is our stream with our customers here for the fantastic fall festival. We have
Welcome.
Hundreds of people watching, and I thought maybe we could just see what you would have to say as a shout out for our customers out there.
Thanks for visiting us. We're excited about new products coming out and excited to be developing things for you guys and making quilting easier for you.
Eddie brings an immense amount of wealth of knowledge to the business. His team is always asking about what we can do to create the right kind of experience.
Yeah, I mean, our goal is always to find things that solve problems for the customer and to make those products affordable so that as many people can use them as possible and improve the experience of quilting. So that's how we look at every product that we start developing and try to create solutions for you guys. There's always something new going on. We've got the 3D printers, and that's like Christmas. Every time something comes off the 3D printer, everybody gets excited. We check it out, try it out, and it's fun. It's fun. It's a great thing to be involved in, and we love it. It's great.
Well, wonderful. Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate having you share a little bit with us, and we're excited to go and talk with more of the engineering team. All right, so I'm going to hold for a minute here because this is the inners of secrets right here. So I'm just trying to make sure we're good. Engineering team. All right, come on in here. So this is what we have as engineering. Over here we have Cody, who's head of our engineering department, our engineering manager. You want to say this is for our customers out there? We're live streaming and we're talking to them about what's going on, a lot of things that have been happening. So do you want to say anything to our customers out there?
Just excited. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be part of the company. I think we do great things. Having us focus on the customer experience first from the very beginning of the design is really what plans our entire design process and the entire from beginning to end, because we make and manufacture and design everything. And so we following that full process all starts with what the customer wants and needs. And so if we can focus on that experience, that's what helps us do all of our designs.
Next here we have Justice. He's actually our project manager. And I know he's been with us for a short bit of time, and life is probably pretty crazy because I know we always have like 900 million things going on.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to share with our customers?
No, I think mostly we're just excited to give y'all great products and to hear what y'all think of our products. That's probably my biggest feedback is what do you like, what don't you like, what works, what doesn't work. So we can really make that experience as everyone drives home, like really the best thing for you. So we appreciate y'all tuning into us here and viewing our content, and hope to hear great feedback from you.
Thank you, Justice. And here we have the rest. Michael, I know you've been with us for a little bit. Welcome, quilters. Nice. Love that. You have anything you'd like to say as a shout out to our quilters?
I'm just excited to be here, and I'm glad you're tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the program.
Wonderful. Here we got Fred down over here.
Well, hello there. We're all excited to be here. We've been doing what we do for a long time, and we're always trying to do it better. So we're always happy to hear ways we can do that.
I know that there's been a lot of serious projects, heavy ones, frames. What are some things that you think about when you go through some of those design processes that you can maybe share?
We want it to be easy to set up. Always forefront in my mind is how much of a pain is this going to be to start using it? And, we're always trying to really think through those processes and make sure that it's something that can be done reasonably easily on your own without specialized equipment or training.
Fred does an amazing job. I know that we make sure that things arrive in good condition and that they're methodically laid out through the instructions and as you move through those boxes.
Been around a long time and seen, kind of shift from just getting something that works to getting something that works that's easy.
Good. Well, wonderful. Thank you, Fred. Now we're going to kind of go in another room where we do a lot more R&D. And here's where we have a couple of our electronics engineers and where we do all our prototyping. Everything that we design is designed here in Salt Lake City, Utah. A lot of the ideas that we get from our engineering staff, our customer service staff, customers, we put those all together, and then the engineering team designs those three-dimensionally. And then what we do is we print those out. So these systems actually give us a physical good that we can then experiment with. And here we have Sam. You were with us for a little bit. You're back with us. How long have you been with us again?
So I've been back for about 2 months. I've just finished my computer engineering degree. And I'm here full time working as an electronics engineer. I just really think that one of the most important aspects to having a good product is really how intuitive it is for the user to use. And so, yeah, just focusing on user experience is something I've been working on a lot lately, and trying to make everything that we make really just a lot more approachable so anyone can really get started and making awesome things super quickly.
Wonderful. We're going to go ahead and move over here to Kent. So Kent has been, again, we have our kind of our programming. We met Brad upstairs with some of our software. Kent does all of the electronic components and all the programming that has to go along with those. And obviously Sam helping out with part of that. Kent, why don't you go ahead and share with us, part of the experience that you've had in your journey as you've helped create different products for our customers.
Okay, well, I have a belief that the purpose of life is to be happy. And what I would like more than anything is to design products that make our customers do something they enjoy and to bring some happipiness to them. And that means designing them so that their value in that, and that they function properly, and that you just have an enjoyable experience in using the products that we design here. I'm very conscious of all of those aspects in the designs that I do, that I just really want you to have a great experience. Just hang on, because there's always more important and exciting and fun products coming out. This isn't stagnant. It's moving, it's growing, it's improving every year. And you should look forward to seeing future products that we come out with.
Well, wonderful. Thank you very much. Exciting to be here. Obviously, several stuff covered up. We can't show you all of our secrets. A lot of things, new things, maybe the next month or two, new things spring of next year, new things fall of next year, always new stuff. So we're going to step into our marketing and our graphics. I know that behind the scenes, you're not seeing Bryant behind the scenes. Woo, 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 woo. Who's this guy? Bryant, you want to say hi to our quilters?
Hello.
What? That's it? Yeah.
That's it.
I'll say a little bit for him. Brian's done a wonderful job. A lot of what you're seeing now in the live streaming, all the initiatives and the videos you see amongst a lot of the other planning, all comes from Brian. So Brian, I'm going to do a shout out for you on behalf of the quilters. I know that he is very passionate about making sure that you are getting the content that you need and that it's looking the way it's clear Thanks a lot for Bryant. This is their area. We also have Courtney. This is for the shout out for all of our quilters out there.
Hello, quilters. How's it going?
I know that you've been part of this live event.
Yeah, it's been more fun. It feels kind of like we're building a community, which is super important to me. I think that's what we really need as quilters, as just people, especially nowadays when we're stuck inside. And I'm way excited that we're doing these live things. It makes me feel a little bit more connected to you guys.
How has it been working with Grace Company, working on some of the current products and being able to look at that customer experience as we move into some of the new ones?
I've actually been enjoying trying to come up with ways to make the out-of-box experience kind of more fun. Like when you receive a product and like opening it up and making that an experience as well. So hopefully I can bring that to some of the newer products that are going to come down the line. Maybe look at some of the older products as well.
Wonderful, thanks. We love having Courtney on the team. This is our customer service area, our customer service and sales. Here's Tanil.
Hello.
So Tanil, these are our customers that we're streaming to and we're introducing and kind of doing the tour of Grace Company. What would you like to say to our customers out there?
I want to say hello, and if you call in, you'll probably get one of us. And we're always here to help you if you have any questions. So again, Tanil, give us a call.
I asked Tanil the other day a pretty blank question. It wasn't a trick when I said, Tanil, how well do you think you deal with our customers? And what did you say?
Very well.
Better. She says, I think that's something that is one of your strengths. And I think that people love and enjoy talking with you.
Thank you. I try.
She does more than try. She does a phenomenal job with that.
I think the Grace Company is growing really fast. We really take pride in taking care of our customers and making sure that you're happy with what you've received. And I feel like every day it's a real positive environment, which is good. And but the growth we've seen is really exciting.
Yeah, and maybe I can do a shout out. Thanks to everybody who is participating and who's joining and who's buying the products and engaging and using those. Again, just thanks. You have great ideas as well, so we've appreciated having those ideas. And thanks for Tanil. Tanil also is our accounts and our events coordinator. I mean, so she does all of our big events, and it's a little bit different this year.
It is.
You've had to learn new. She's learning how we're managing our digital events.
The virtual events,
virtual
which are
events,
different. Yeah.
all of these things that we have like now. And then there's been a couple customers who've had a chance to join. We've had, with the restrictions, but we've had some spacing that we've been able to create. And we've done some in-person classes too.
We have, and hopefully we'll have more classes.
We're even on the line with Germany next year. I know Germany is probably going to be open.
It's a go.
Our business is an international business, and she deals with everything throughout the world when it comes to our events. So thanks a lot for all that.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Here's Smack. Smack is one of our account executives, Stevenson Mack. We call him Smack.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. How are you? Hope you're enjoying the Fall Festival show. Looks like there's been a lot of really sweet shows going on, a lot of classes, a lot of cool giveaways. So I hope you're enjoying that. It's been great to talk to everyone and to see, like, I'm learning. I don't quilt. I've never quilted before, but my mom, she's a big quilter. And so seeing her passion and then just talking with all of you and seeing your passion and your desire to get the next and best and to have the best. And it's been fun trying to help you get that and to get you into what you need. So it's been great to work with everyone.
Thanks. Here we have Alyssa.
Hi guys, it's so good to have you join us virtually. We're so glad that you're a part of the Grace Company in your own special way. I do accounts receivable here. I'm the accounts receivable administrator for the Grace Company, and so some of you might have spoken with me, some of you might get the opportunity to speak with me in the future, but we're glad to know you, and we're glad that you're part of us, and hope you're having a great day.
What comes to your mind when you think about what we're trying to do to engage with our customers and what that might mean for us and for them in the future?
That's a really great question. I think one of the biggest things that the Grace Company is doing to engage with customers is just improving the user experience in general. Whether that be through, I'm sure you heard Tanil, she's helping with some of the classes and the events, and that's something that's going to continue to happen. Or some of the videos that the Grace Company produces on how to manage the fabric, how to manage the frames, things like that. All of these things, all of these tools and these skills that will help quilters and users to have a great experience, I think is a big thing that the Grace Company is doing to improve the user experience. I think another one is just the team itself. Each member of the team is invested and fully invested in helping customers and users to have the best experience possible. And so as that continues to move forward, and as more and more customers continue to discover the usefulness of the videos, the quality of the tools and the amazing experience that can be had by working with each team member, I think that will continue to move the Grace Company into a very bright future.
Well, wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. It looks like we've just had Jarek walk up to us as well. Jarek, here you go. Jarek's one of our account executives. Say hello to our live streaming customers out there.
Nice to meet you all.
Anything you want to say to our existing customers and some other quilters that are out there viewing today?
If you have any questions, give us a call. I'm happy to help anyone that has a question. And the phones are a little slower today, so if you want to keep us busy, just give us a call. When people come in, they ask, I'm looking for a machine. Well, then I ask, how much space do you have? What's your budget? So it's more of helping you make that decision. We're not going to push you, and that's part of why I like working here. I'm just really excited for the promotions we currently have on. And when they first came out with that, I was like, are these for real? Yeah, free frame. It is just a good deal, and I'm excited to see more sales with that. So I hope you can take advantage of that.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Jarek. We're going to go pop in and we're going to see Mark.
How's everybody doing? So this is obviously a different set than what you'll see when I'm on camera. So try to keep it nice and clean. By the way, they call me Mr. Clean. So if you guys ever want to make a comment, there's a little Mr. Clean right there. But it's always nice talking to you guys on the phone or doing the live videos, and any comments you can share or make us feel like we're part of what you're doing in your hobby or your fun quilting life. Is always fun. So we appreciate it. I appreciate it. I know my team, they're very excited to hear from you, and we just have a lot of great things coming. And these live videos, we're going to do a lot more of. So those who are watching now, continue to watch because we'll have a lot more coming out.
I'm going to give this to Laurel Jane, LJ. She's one of our account executives. So we can say hi to all of our quilters who are streaming.
Hi.
So what I thought about, is there anything you'd like to share with them as they're here and you have a chance to talk with them?
I don't know. I'm a little bit newer here. I've been here about 2 months now, but I've loved it. I love having you guys call. So anytime you guys call in, please call if any questions at all. I love talking with you guys. I love working here. I love everyone I work with. So it's just been great. So
has there been any memorable experience, phone call recently in the last week that stands out on a conversation with a quilter at all?
Yeah, it was cute. It was someone I was on the phone with. I was just helping them get some part or something. And it was just cute because in the background you could hear her dogs barking or whatever. So she was just calling them her kids, And so she's like, "Oh, you guys got to keep it down over there. Go in the other room if you're going to talk." So it was just really cute.
And again, I know you have a dog at home. Yes. Okay, I'm going to tease. The dog is the same dog. Laurel Jane is actually a daughter. So, and I've shown you some pictures because we're showing Eva. So everybody's going to see. That's why I wanted some Halloween. They're like, "Why are you getting Halloween pictures of her?" I'm like, "Oh, because she's cute. Everybody's going to love that." Just like you love your dogs. And I'm pretty sure if you have a chance, we'd love to. And I've seen a lot of those in some of the quilt postings and whatnot too, which have been really fun. We're going to encourage you to continue to post your quilts and to join. Put a comment in. If you're chatting right now with us, let us know what you love, what the name of your pet is, why you love them a little bit. We can maybe share some of those comments on screen as well. So thanks for giving us some of your time. This is Jaron Gibson, the president of our company. Oh, there you go. Welcome, quilters. You've been at Grace Company for how long now?
It's been 22 years.
22 years. And I know that Grace Company continues to evolve. I wanted to know how you're currently feeling about Grace Company today, and as we continue to move forward, and what you think that might mean as far as an impact on our customers, our quilters, the different quilters that are out there.
Well, I have never been more excited for what the potential is in terms of products and innovations, things that we're working on. I'm super excited about what's going on. And I'm excited about what that means for current customers and for potential customers that are going to be getting into quilting, because it's just an exciting time to be a quilter, to enjoy the hobby and to see and use the new tools that are now available and that are also coming. Yeah, I think some of the recent things that we've done as a company, I think have focused all of us from management all the way to the people who are actually assembling product, shipping and packaging product. It's really helped us understand how we can make an impact in making sure that our customers have a great experience with our products. And that not only involves directly the product, but also the services and the education that we're putting and surrounding that product with.
Is there anything that you would like to kind of leave us with?
I think what I would say is stay tuned, because we have a lot of exciting things happening, and we are excited in the coming year to roll those things out. And also, any of you that are going to be in the Salt Lake City area, you've been able to have and enjoy this virtual tour. We'd love you to come stop by and visit us in person. We're excited about what's happening here. I'm most proud about the great people that we have working here and how that translates into great products and a great experience for quilters.
Well, wonderful. Thanks a lot, Jaron. Thanks for being able to participate with us. And this is the Grace Company warehouse. This is where we do a lot of testing, and we'll walk past that here in a little bit. But you know that we do computer automation as well. So in order to make sure that automation works the way it should, we test it on a lot of the machines it's compatible with and a lot of the frames. And so that's an area that we use for a lot of testing. And you'll notice as we span orders going out the door, a lot of orders coming in. We're going to walk down. This is where we do a lot of our packaging. Hey, Devon.
Welcome to the warehouse. You can see we've got a lot of here, some wonderful people. Many of our employees have been here over 10 years, and that's great. What you've seen here is only half of it because we have another warehouse that's even fuller than this. So we're glad to have you working with us, and we try and get our orders out within 24 hours when they come in, and our goal is to get everything right.
Well, that's good. I know Devon does an amazing job. There's a big responsibility. Maybe, Devon, if you can just share with us as part of this experience with Grace, and you talk about getting the orders, what are some of the other big things that you have in your mind that involve our buyers and the viewers out there? What are things that pertain to your job that you engage with on their behalf?
Oh, wonderful. Grace Company products are growing just constantly. We have new frames coming out, new products coming out, and so it's a challenge to keep up with that, but it's exciting to see some of the things that are being developed, and so it's a challenge to keep up with it, but it's a fun challenge to take place and for us to live with.
And with that, Devon, I know one of our big seasons, we're kind of currently right at the beginning and part of the precipice. You guys prepared? Are you good to go? Would they put their order? Are they going to get their goods?
We are good to go. We are good to go. We're planning on it and looking forward to it.
Well, wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Devon, and we wish you a good rest of your day. This is Rocio. These are our customers.
Mm-hmm.
We're saying hello to them all out there. So you want to say hello?
Hello.
So Rocio is finishing some of those packaging and putting the stickers in order to get those things out the door. And Barbara, hi Barbara.
Hola.
Hola. Replacement parts for products out there. Sewing Machine Lab. You'll notice different parts. Some things get serviced here. Fixed, checked, QC'd. This is the sewing machine lab. Say hi. John's team does a really good job. Every single machine that comes in, John's team's completely responsible to make sure that machine is perfect before it goes back out. And a lot of those machines have multiple. We're talking upwards of 80 different QC processes that have to happen. So, John, how important you feel it is to have the machine go out in a way that the customer will find continued success with?
Well, it's my job, so it's very, very important. And I want to make sure that every machine that comes out of my department is, and when you open up the machine, you guys get a perfect machine with no problems. So that is my goal with every machine that we have. So.
And here we're going to talk with Alyssa here in the Sewing Machine Lab. Now, I know you help also manage a few of the different things and kind of our go-to. Maybe just share in general, how's your experience been and how is it working on the machines on behalf of all the customers out there?
No, it's awesome. Really enjoy my job. I take care of a lot of different things here. So basically I help everybody in here get the parts that they need and just kind of keep it flowing so everybody can keep working on machines.
And how long have you been with Grace Company now?
A little over 2 years.
She's been a fantastic asset. We love having you as part. Thanks for taking a minute just to share some insights. So we're going to go say hello to tech support. Now, because of the current situation, we do have a few of our employees working off-site remotely from home as well. Julie, the manager, I believe is here today. We're going to go step up to that area where if any of you have had a chance to call us, you most likely would have spoken to somebody in our tech support team. So let's go say hi to them briefly. Hello, Julie. Julie is our manager over our tech support, and I'm going to give you this for a minute. What we're doing is we're saying hello to all of our viewers today.
Hi there.
And I thought maybe what you could do is share a little bit about what you feel the tech support helps do on behalf of Grace Company and our customers?
Sure. So the tech support team takes calls and emails, and on occasion get chats transferred to us whenever they're experiencing problems with our sewing machines, our software, our robotics, or our frames. We research the problem and either get them a resolution over the phone with some education, or in the event we need to order some spare parts, we can order those and get those shipped out that way. We've got a team of currently 4, and we've got another coming on board shortly.
So wonderful. I just wanted to say thank you very much. And I know she's very involved and very passionate about this part of our business. Make sure you get taken care of. So I like to talk about this briefly with the tech support team. A lot of the products, when you call in, we find that there could be a little bit of a disconnect. If we're
Hello,
talking about
welcome everybody. I'm going to kind of go ahead
it.
and kind of cut myself off just a minute. It's been great, and we really loved putting that together. But I want to get us excited, getting us back here. I want to do a couple giveaways, and I wanted to do a couple of key things before we moved into part of our next process. I'll tell you, it was absolutely fun to go out there and talk with our employees. You know, we're together very often, and we're really excited about not only where we're at as a business, but where we're really trying to go, and providing not only a great workplace for our employees, but really, you know, as we create these goods and we know that there's customer service, really trying to build a business that really resonates best with all of you quilters out there. So again, I just want to come out and say, thanks for all of your ideas. We love the questions. Usually from Grace Company, what we find is we end up getting all these questions, and if we don't have an answer, we're like, oh no, I don't have a solution, or no, I don't quite know what we ought to do regarding that piece. Is we hear that, and that's one of the ways that we innovate. In fact, one of the things I wanted to bring up here briefly and to turn some time over to Karla and Mark is we're continuously expanding what we have the capabilities of doing. Education is a big one. So what I would like to do is just have Karla share a little bit. We're expanding her department and what that means for you as quilters. And Karla, just share a little bit about what you're excited about regarding the education and what that might mean for your future as far as with Grace Company and what that means for our quilters out there.
Well, there's so much going on behind the scenes, and I'm so excited about education. That's something that we at the Grace Company have sorely lacked through the years. But now we have the opportunity, and we are growing the education department. And what's nice about us growing is that the learning process for us and helping you quilters to come up with new ways and new innovative ways to learn and to love the quilting industry and to move from beginner to intermediate to advanced. And that's very exciting. And we are offering classes now. We've had a few this year, and we're going to continue throughout the year. And we're going to just expand and with your help, grow the education and have more classes. So it is exciting, and it won't be just me all the time. We'll have others helping me move forward with the education, and just need your input, your support, and we are so excited to be expanding the education at the Grace Company. So look for our classes and the opportunity to join us Tuesdays with Grace for the webinars, and just send us your emails, your thoughts, your ideas, because we want to hear from you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Karla. I appreciate that. Again, it is exciting. I know that she already has one of the team members. We have a couple more coming on here the first couple weeks of May. We'll have a couple more mid-year. It's really fun to see Karla's excitement and the ideas that she has and how that's going to help provide really just a better place for all the quilters out there who engage with this. So again, thanks a lot, Karla. I wanted to kind of reach out briefly to Mark over here for a minute, and I want you to talk a little bit about what you think are some of the exciting things that when it comes from you and engaging with our customers more from a sales perspective and maybe a product solution perspective as well. So why don't you go ahead and share your thoughts with us?
Thanks. One of the things I would like to comment real quick on with my team, and we know there's a lot of obviously quilters out there, and so reaching out to Grace Company, we want to make it easy for you as much as possible. So we have a nice chat button on our website. So if you're looking to chat, we have that available through our work hours. We also, our lines are open too. So try to when you reach out to us, it's been nice to be able to be there to answer all your questions. We have a lot of exciting things to come. We work with a lot of international groups. A lot of international customers as well. So we try to make sure that your needs are met through the team. We want to make sure that you continue to get the proper care needed. And so whether you have questions, we want to be able to be part of that. So throughout the entire process, remember we have our chat button, our phone call. We're a phone call away. We do a lot through those, and then emails as well. So we want to make sure we stay connected with all of our quilters, and all of those who want to know more about our product, please don't hesitate to call in or to chat in and email in so we can get that all taken care of.
Wonderful. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. I do want to come back, and if by chance during this event you have questions or you have items, I'm seeing a lot of questions coming in the side. We're going to be trying to get to all those comments regarding what your questions might be. Mark mentioned we do have chat on our site live, so later on, if you want to, you can feel free to chat with Mark's team. You can send emails through. You can also just give us a call. Give us a call at our 800 number. I'll kind of let me just kind of throw that up here really briefly. This is what we would have, is you can call our 800 number, which is 1-800-264-0644, and talk with somebody in person. So again, thank you for all of those people. I saw a lot of the comments come through about the customer support. Thank you very much. We love your insights, your comments. Thank you also for your patience. As you know, even last year and this year, things get a little behind. So we have a couple products that are on back order, and we get them in, and we had so many people buying, we kind of get them in quickly, and some go back on back order. We're doing what we can to make sure, sorry, that we have all the products for those customers out there that are excited about not only starting their journey, but what they might be doing in the middle or where they're looking to go in their journey. So we're really excited about that. What I would like to do is I'm just going to quickly bring up my stream, and I just want to point out, and I'm excited about the events that we have, and I'm just going to kind of scroll through here, talk about it so you can hear and see some of the things that we have coming up today, some throughout the rest of this week, and what we have to finish off next weekend. So right now, we're really excited about the kickoff. We have some cutting practices, which we're going to move into here in a brief moment. Facts, common problems, and how to fix them. And so we actually have Cody, who's head of our engineering, that's going to be joining us and talking about a couple machine insights, like tension's going to be one of those amongst others. So you're going to want to stay here. If you're potentially thinking about getting one of our mid-arm or long arms, or if you already have one, he has some really, really great insights for you. So that'll be fun to have Cody. We have Leah Day coming up a little later today. If you don't know Leah Day, she's been in the quilting and sewing world for a very long time, and we are glad to have her as an ambassador and is one of our dealers, and she does a great job and has tremendous education, and she'll be talking a little bit about some beginning quilt designs. We also have a couple other things. We're going to be talking and going through more of the quilts a little bit later. In fact, I am going to just pull this up really quick just so you can see this. This is awesome. We'll talk a little bit more. This was done by Diane Rose, and I just loved pulling this up. She is a totally blind individual, and part of her story, you can see this is her 1,000th quilt she had done since 1998. And so I just wanted to do a quick reach out and say thank you very much for all of the quilters who are participating. Obviously, you're in different walks of life. We know that some of you have different challenges. Quilting, in coming into this industry, I would tell you that I didn't really fully understand really what the value was of a quilt, and now I think I have a much better idea. So I'm super excited about being able to share this. So this was a fun quilt that was done, and this was one that she did as part of the Opry. She had a lot of family members, and again, these are some things I'm just letting you see that there's a lot, and we're going to browse these in more details here a little bit later. But again, that's really, really exciting. Let's do this. Let's go ahead. Oh, here. I'm getting too excited. I'm getting ahead of myself. I apologize. I want to come back really quickly to the events and scale down today on a few other things. We're going to do some more giveaways today. Today, we're going to give away one of our big prizes, which was selected from everybody who's had a chance to register. So we're going to do a new sneak peek on a product that we have coming out here within the next couple months, which is really fun. So Karla is going to be walking through some of that. And later on today, we also are going to have a chance to listen from Tommy Forrest, who does an amazing job with Quilts of Valor. And so we're going to hear his story just a little bit, which is going to be a little bit of we're hoping it's a little inspiring for you as well regarding other ways of giving and donating when it comes to quilting out there. So really excited about that. Let's go ahead and bring Karla and Mark back in. And I have a question. I want to do another giveaway before we go in here to our cutting and our true cut. And I did have the question that I would like everybody to get ready for. So get ready for this in the comments. And it has to do with Mark. And it has to do with who he might look like. So when we did an introduction, he said he could often be referred to as who. So what is that? Let's go ahead and throw it in the comments. We're going to take a look at that. Oh, is he posing for us over there?
Yes, he is.
All right, so what do we have here? Here we go.
Yeah,
I'm looking to find it. Here we go. All right, I'm bringing this up. This is one of our first winners from YouTube, Amy Munson. Welcome, and thanks for joining us, and welcome. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do Plinko. So we brought Plinko out here. It's a little closer so we can see it a little bit more. Mark, let's go ahead and do a win, Mr. Clean, and let's see what Amy wins.
All right, let's do this.
Come on, Mr. Clean.
I'm going to put it down this slot.
There you go. I'm watching. I'm trying to see this.
Quilters combo. Awesome.
Quilters combo. Again, Mike, just kind of Mark, give us a kind of a quick recap on that Quilters combo and what Amy is winning.
Winning in this combo, the 45 comfort cutter, the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and our set of true grips.
Wonderful. So that's an exciting combo. It's worth like $65. And I'll tell you, it will change your life when it comes to cutting, making it easier, making it safer, making it more, helping you with more accuracy. Again, remember, please go ahead and email Jana at graceframe.com. Again, that's Jana at graceframe.com. But let's go back. I'm going to go ahead and pull my next one, Mr. Clean from our Facebook. Here we are. Becky Caddy. Or Katie, Becky Katie. Mr. Clean is the guy. Mr. Clean, would you mind dropping a Plinko chip? Let's see what Becky gets.
Yes. Let's just hope.
Whoa. Oh, tell me if we're doing double. All right, what do we get?
Ruler set.
Ruler set. Which one is this?
The triangle.
Triangle ruler set. Wonderful. So let's also, on this one, add 3 additional sets of true grips. And that will make sure she has non-slip pads for all of them. And what was that one?
That
was comfort cutter.
Okay, let's throw that in too. You double down for Becky. Congratulations, Becky. Way to go. Throwing 2 chips in for you. Make sure to please go ahead and email Jana at graceframe.com on that one. With that, I'm going to go ahead and let's just do an introduction to your next phase. And I don't know what else we need to get ready, Mark and Karla, but let's move into part of our true cut, which is what we're running just a couple minutes behind on. Let's get inside of the true cut and let's talk about some other methods and processes to make cutting easier, simple, and more accurate for our audience.
Awesome. Great. We're just going to slide our chairs away. And we get to talk to you today about cutting do's and don'ts and just how important it is to have a nice cutting system as you get into your hobby of quilting or sewing or anything that has to do with using a rotary cutter and a mat and why this system is so nice. As you're quilting, I have my little list here because I don't want to leave anything out. And it's been really fun for me to go through and take time to think about the steps and why it's important to have certain items or to use certain items or why it's important not to do certain things because it helps me become a better quilter as well. So the first thing I want to talk about is that when you're starting a new pattern or a new design, how important it is for you to, just let me fix this thing right here. It just keeps, something's going on with it. It's just important for you to read through your pattern instruction or your design instructions before you start cutting. And I can't tell you how many times I've been so excited to get this new pattern or new design. and get it out, and I'll just start cutting right away. And that's a big no-no. So just read through it. And the reason is that you may miss something in it, and you may start cutting off your strips incorrectly. So read through and understand the techniques and the instructions. That will save you a lot of headache and save you on that very expensive fabric that you're using to cut your quilt. So that's my number one tip. So if you're using a new pattern or design, make sure you read through the instructions and that you understand that what sizes you're going to be cutting your strips, so that you don't make the mistakes, and then separate your fabrics into separate piles so that you know which fabrics you're going to be using to cut the certain sizes and the certain shapes. So that's very helpful as well. So use sticky notes so that you don't make a mistake and pick up one and cut it the size of the square when it's supposed to be the triangle strip. So that's important too, is just to make sure that you mark your fabrics so that you know which ones are going to be cut certain sizes. So if you have a group that's going to be cut 2.5 inches wide, you can cut all of those at the same time. So just make sure that you mark. The second thing I wanted to talk to you that I felt was really important is to, before you start cutting, look at your fabrics and make sure that they don't have wrinkles in them. Notice that this is a 45 wide inch fabric, and that how smooth it is, and it doesn't have a lot of wrinkles in it. This one is a 90 inch wide fabric, and you can see that the more folds it has, the more wrinkles it's going to have. I don't know if you could see those wrinkles. And the wrinkles will cause your cutting to come off. And so see how this was folded up in the bottom too? And the more folds you have, the less straight your strips are going to be, and your squares. So make sure that you open up your fabrics and iron them. Then another rule of thumb that you should remember is that the more folds you have, the more wavy that you're going to have your cuts. So it's nice to have a larger mat. It's worth the investment. A smaller mat, you're going to have to fold your fabric more to make the cuts on your quilt. So this is a 24-inch mat. It's a nice size. But it's a nice medium size. Most fabrics have one fold on them, which is a 45. And so the 24 by 36 inch is a great size to cut. So if you haven't made an investment and you're planning on investing in some nice cutting tools, get a larger mat. It's really important. And get a good solid mat. Okay, so what's nice about the mat is not only is it larger so that you can cut on and they're self-healing, however, this one is reversible. So as you're cutting, you can cut down the same side enough that it'll start to make your mat wear unevenly. And so our mats are really nice because you can turn it over and use the other side. Another thing that's really important with the mats is that if it's on a table or surface, you can tell that it will slide on you as you're cutting. So you want to make sure that it doesn't slide. So to have something underneath that will securely lock it into place, so as you're cutting and pushing away from you, is really important as well. And that's why the non-skid pads are another important investment. This pad right here is a silicone pad, and it just makes it so that your mat's not going to slide anywhere. And you can see that it's numbered on this side as well. So it is reversible, so you can turn it over. As you're cutting, try to make your cuts in different areas. I know a lot of us get comfortable in one area or the other, but if you move your cuts all over your mat because you have the markings, it will make it last longer. Another thing is wipe things down. So these silicone mats, can get dirt on them after a while. So you can just rinse it off and it'll become sticky again. And just wipe down your mats as well, because as you're cutting and making those cuts, and you're using it more and more and more, you'll see that you get little fabric, shreds of fabric in the cuts. So just, make sure that you smooth it off with your hand, or just take a damp cloth and just wipe it down. Do not leave your mats in the sun. The sun is a big no-no. It'll make it warp. And speaking from experience, so learn from my mistakes. Do not leave your mats in the sun. I don't care what mat it is. It's just the sun will really warp it. So if you are cutting in a warm room with lots of sunshine, make sure that you put it in a closet away from the sun. So that's another important rule of thumb. So let me just look at my little list. And I talked about ironing as you're cutting and using the correct size mat. And let's talk about not only the correct size mat is very important, but using the correct size ruler is also important. With your 36 by 24 inch mat, we have a 24 and a half by 6.5 inch ruler. This is a great ruler. It has the holes in it to make it easier for you to line up your fabrics from the bottom to the top, especially if you have one that you're cutting a long strip and it's wide. So the holes allow you to line it up so that you can see your 1/8 inch marks easily, and you can line it up from top to bottom. Then the holes are also really nice because they allow you to hold the ruler easier. And you'll notice that on our rulers that we have what we call a track on them. And this track is really important. Not only does it keep your fingers and hands away from the cutter, which keeps it safer, but it also is very handy to use with our cutters. So our cutters are awesome. We have two styles. We have our comfort cutter, which has a bent shape here, and the bent shape makes it ergonomic. So it's not going to wear on your hand and your wrist. So if you have troubles with your shoulders and your back and your wrists, from carpal tunnel to anything with tendinitis or any of those problems, and make sure that you try the comfort cutter. The bent handle actually allows you to line up your fabric, line up your ruler on your fabric, and then the guide right here on the cutter, you can see the guide right there. It goes in between. So let me see if I can lift it up. So which camera? Right there. So you see the track right here? This is the track. And this is the guide. And you'll see that space in between there. That is where the guide goes over the track and it locks onto it, so you're not going to veer off in one direction or the other. It's going to help keep you nice and straight and very accurate as you're cutting. So it's really important to have a system that works. Now, you can take the guide off if you need to and use with other rulers, but let me show you how it lines up, and it has a safety guide. So I'm going to take the safety guide off, another safety feature, put it on there and just cut. And it just keeps it nice and straight. And now I have a straight line that I can cut. So if I didn't have the guide on there, I would just veer off. So let me just show you one without the guide. So this is my dull cutter right here, okay? And I could veer off at any angle. So this system is so nice to have because you'll use less waste on your fabrics, and they're very expensive nowadays. And so just make sure and like I said, we have the straight cutter and the comfort cutter. Now the straight cutter, I thought I was going to have a really hard time going from the comfort cutter because this is so nice and easy to use. But the straight cutter is just as easy to use. So, and it comes with the guide as well. So you'll just slide the safety off and you'll line it up, and then you'll just put your finger right here. It's away from the blade, and you'll just cut. Nice and straight. Oh, you didn't get it right there. You might need to use my sharpener here. Which leads me into my next thing is to use a sharp blade. So the reason you want to use a sharp blade is that as you use a dull blade, and you can see right here, you notice right here, the fabric has frayed and is left on the mat. So it is going to cause the fabric to start fraying, and you want a nice sharp cut. So a sharp blade is really important. I'm going to show you with this dull blade here. I don't know if Mark dulled it enough. He didn't. Anyway, that's what happens when you use a dull blade, is that it's going to start fraying on the fabric. And then as you sew it, it's going to have more and more frays. So make sure that you have your nice linear sharpener as you're cutting available. So with the linear sharpener, you don't have to take the blade out at all, and you'll just run the blade when it's exposed along inside the sharpener, and you'll do it a couple of times. And then you'll turn it so you can do the other side. And it's going to help sharpen your blade. There we go. I just didn't get the top very good. So anyway, this linear sharpener, my mom's invention, is awesome. It helps keep you cutting so you don't have to stop, and it'll keep your blades sharp so you can continue sharpening them and finish cutting all your cuts as you're quilting. Okay, so my next rule of thumb is use the correct size ruler for your cuts. This 24.5 by 6.5 inch ruler is a really nice size, and you can cut most of your cuts with it. But another important feature that we sell are our true grips, and our true grips are absolutely wonderful. On the back of the mat, we have our true grips. Where do I have them, Mark? Oh, they're right here. Okay. There's little silicone discs, so you get 15 large and 15 small, and you will put them on the backs of your rulers. There are little spots for them, and they help keep your ruler locked into place, so it's not going to veer off or go anyplace. So this ruler doesn't have any of the true grips on them, and you can see that it's going to slide across my fabric, and as I'm pushing against it, it's going to move my ruler from one side to the other. So using the true grips on your rulers or your templates is really important.
Sorry, Karla, I just wanted to come in because there might be a couple of questions we're going to throw your way. We have a whole bunch of people asking about a couple things, and I thought maybe if we can move in here for a minute and get a couple of these questions answered, then we're going to come back with part of what this is. Just really quick, everybody's asking, they're seeing this, and I think they're going like, wow, that's pretty amazing. Yes, like that track in the guide, the ergonomics. I just love you just showed that sharpener. Everybody's wanting to know, like, what is it? What is the price? And so if everybody's okay, I just wanted to really quickly bring up a screen to let everybody see a little bit more about what this is. But you could log on to graceframe.com at the top, and you're going to see that there's an option for you to look at the true cut pieces. And then earlier, I was able to kind of show you briefly here. Give me a minute. I'm going to show you this here. We had a chance to talk about some of the different coupons and everything that we have. So let me go ahead and bring this up. And I just want to let everybody see that if you had registered, you will have an opportunity to go ahead and use some of these coupons. So here we go. This is, here we go. Let me bring this up for everybody. This is the coupon page that we have for Grace Company. And these are a couple on the combos that she's talked about briefly. So like we actually have an electric sharpener, which she hasn't gotten to yet. We have the Quilters combo that's on there. This is one of the ones we're giving away that includes what she talked about, the ergonomic cutter, that 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and the True Grips. So look at those. We've got that spring combos listed. We have a couple other. Please reach out to if you have questions. We're going to ask some of our the account executives. Please go ahead and make sure that our viewers also have a couple links to these, and then you feel free to call in and you can chat with us so we can get a couple more on there. Outside of that, let's kind of move back because I know they just wanted to know, what is this? How do we get it, Karla? And do you have any other thoughts on why you would encourage somebody to get some of the key things that you've already shared with them? And let's just go back to Karla here.
You doing what you love. Now, cutting can either be a chore, but it could also be a lot of fun. And seeing those pieces that you've cut out correctly using the correct measurements come together in a beautiful quilt, that's the end product. And so using the right tools and cutting it correctly makes that piecing come together so seamlessly. And so it's just really important for you to, find what works best for you. And then find the right height. Find a table that's a good height for you. I use my countertop to do a lot of my cutting, and I have this long island, and so I can work from one side and then go to the other side. So if I have a cut that I want to cut up this way, or if I want to flip my ruler around and not move my fabric, I will move to the other side. So maybe sometimes having a table that you can move from one side to the other without moving your fabric is also nice and easy to do, or, if you have the right area. So having the large enough mat so that you can turn your fabric and line it back up is really important as well. So use your mat and your ruler together. Some ladies like to just use their mat to cut, and they're not using their ruler like they should. So learn to use the ruler. Learn to square up your fabric. And so an easy way, I'm going to show you an easy way to square up your fabric. Get your fabric here, put it along one of the lines of your ruler, okay? And then make sure it's aligned on the bottom, or let's just use the fold line, okay? So we're going to use the fold line across the top here. And here's the fold where it's folded in half, and I'm cutting. I just wanted to show you. This is where, and this is my fold line. So I'm just going to line my fold line right here across the top, and I'm going to take my little square ruler and my 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, and I want to get it off to the edge right here as much as possible so I don't waste a lot of fabric. And then I'm lining it up here on this 12, but I'm going to take my square ruler right here as well, so I can make sure that I'm nice and straight all the way up. And that just helps you square up your ruler, square up your fabric. And as you're cutting, you may have to square up your fabric more than one time. So just know that it will come out of square as you're cutting. So just take your ruler, have it handy, and then square it up as many times as you need to. So you're not wasting a lot of fabric, and you're getting those nice straight cuts. One other thing that I wanted to mention is a good rule of thumb as well is not cutting more than 4 layers. The more layers you cut, the more uneven your cuts are going to be. So with this one not being ironed and it's very uneven and wrinkled, if you're cutting a wrinkled piece of fabric, I'm just going to show you what it looks like. And it's multiple layers. So I'm just going to fold it and show you what one looks like and why it's important for you to, let's use this one. This one does not have the guide on it, so I'm able to cut through more fabric. So I'm just going to use my ruler and cut a 2.5 inch strip. Let me just show you. I mean, that looks pretty good, but you can see the waves in it, and that you've got the wrinkles, and so see the waves in it. So that's why it's better to unfold it and fold it twice and make sure that you're not having too many folds to get those waves on it, and it'll give you more accurate cuts. Couple other things before we head into our next video is as you're cutting, it can be a tedious process. So stop and take a break if you need to. It's good to walk away and not sit there and keep moving because you'll make more mistakes. So like any quilter, if things are becoming very tiring and your back is starting to hurt, or you're just starting to cut the wrong size, that means it's time to take a break from your cutting so that you can go get a drink or go relax for just a minute, and then you can come back with fresh eyes and be more alert and more attentive to as you're cutting. And it also keeps you safer as you're cutting as well, because you're not going to make a mistake and put your hand where you're not supposed to, because you're going to be more attentive to as you're cutting. And I just want to wrap up by using good blades. Good blades will allow you to sharpen them over and over again. If you haven't tried our blades, you need to. They are awesome. I love them. And they are made of a good steel that allows you to sharpen and keep them sharp with our sharpener, either our electric sharpener or our linear sharpener, and with the true grips. So just really important to keep you easy, keep everything easy, and keep you safe and keep you more accurate. So as you get to the sewing machine with all those nice, beautiful pieces that you've cut, they're going to come together and create that beautiful quilt top. Then you're going to be ready to quilt. So when you're using your templates and your cutters, so if you joined me with Tuesdays with Grace, I've used the triangle rulers a lot, and I am going to come up with a quilt design to use the kite ruler. For those of you who've asked me what this one's used for, we'll come up with something. But you'll notice that they have a smooth back, so that as you're cutting, they're going to slide around because you're pushing on them. So make sure you use the true grips to be very safe and very accurate. Did we have a question? Okay. Yeah, okay.
Karla, with that, I'm going to look at a couple last hints and tips that you might give before we kind of move into part of the next section, which we're going to do is some troubleshooting. So what would be a couple last key things you think you would give us as we kind of, by the way, I saw some things, and I've been fortunate. I've never had to cut a quilt. I've been able to quilt several quilts. And I learned some new things for myself. And if you've learned something as a viewer, go ahead, throw in there. I've learned something new. Put that in the comment and come over. But Karla, what would you say as we kind of go back, maybe go through, I know you had a list of key things, maybe just share all those back with us kind of from a high level of the things that were critical. And then everybody else can kind of go back and rewatch this video later once we post this for that once we're done with the show. But share with that your couple last thoughts here before we move into some troubleshooting.
My most important rules are, is to use the correct tools. Read your instructions. Make sure that you read your instructions and that you understand them before you jump in and start cutting. Then iron your fabric. It's not something that I love to do, but I know that ironing the wrinkles out of my fabric makes it cut so much nicer and so much straighter. So it's worth that extra little step, so I'm not recutting something and wasting something down the road. Then just make sure you are using ergonomic, correct tools to make that easier on you. And if you haven't tried the tools that I've showed you here today, give them a try. You'll love them. I know you will. And I'm just excited to be able to show you all of our great innovative products. And like I said, I love quilting. I hope my passion extends to you, because it's something that I really enjoy doing, and I love bringing you new ideas and new thoughts. So thanks for letting me share this with you today, and I will see you soon on another webinar.
Another webinar. She has a whole lot to give, and it's really exciting. I'm so excited about everything that Karla has done over years. She's been here from the beginning. And I'll tell you, you can ask and think of yourself and think of the passion you have for the things you love. She loves everything to do with this business, as it started with her brother and her mom as the key piece. That's the name Grace. That's where it comes from, is her mom. And we always kind of joke that Karla literally was made by Grace. We're all part of Grace, but Karla is from part of that, and that's part of her heritage. So it's been super wonderful, and I'm super excited to see what she's going to be doing with the education. She's done a whole lot already. She has several new courses and classes she's helped put together on the help files for the Quilters Create a Touch, our automated items. And as we continue to staff out her department, I'm going to ask everybody, we're going to encourage you to come on back to see all the additional educations. We have some wonderful things that we'll be doing here in the early fall time, with some wonderful projects that have wonderful education surrounding all that. So it's really, really fun to be able to work with her, to see her passion, her emotions behind really you as the quilter. She brings it up all the time, like, how does this impact our users? How is this easier for a quilter? What will work best for our quilters? And so again, I just wanted to come back and say thank you, Karla, for that wonderful demonstration. I'm going to bring my screen back up here briefly, if we can get this to show up, to talk briefly about the quilt shows. And that, for some reason, is not coming. We're going to leave that. But go ahead, and during your evening hours, I'm going to encourage you to browse the quilting. I'm going to encourage you to browse and like and vote on those things that you really love out there. I think that will be wonderful to see, and make comments on what that is as well. So that's exciting to see. Go through, look at the other classes that we have coming up. In fact, Mark, we've had him put together a wonderful video that's going to talk even more in detail about even a wider selection of some of those cutting tools that Karla has. So make sure to come back for that. We have some automated classes that'll be coming up. We have a couple trunk shows. We have some wonderful education. So make sure to scroll through your classes and see what you can come up with and what you're going to be able to find, and get those scheduled as we do this. Right now, we're just doing some finish setup on the quick hints and tips. They're going to give me a 2 thumbs up when we're ready to go, and then we'll move back to part of the camera. Maybe what I can do again is just do another quick thanks to all of those who are viewing right now as we're moving through this. It's been wonderful to have all your comments. Please make sure, if you have questions, go ahead and I'm going to say enter them in your comments, either down below or on the side, and we're going to look at answering all those. And then let me go ahead and put this back up again. You can also call our 800 number. So call 1-800-264-0644. It's going to be a lot of wonderful things happening. I'm going to encourage you to look at also what are some of the discounts that are out there. I think it'll be wonderful for you to see what type of frames are on sale. We are going to have a segment on our cutie frame specifically, which is the frame that is a tabletop frame, so it can actually be stowed, and then you can put it and use it with your domestic machine. So you'll be able to use that anywhere you really want to. In fact, we had people traveling in their motorhomes, and we actually had a group that I think had over 25,000 motorhomes they're quilting, and they love quilting. And the cutie is the new talk of the town with that group. So we're here just about another minute out, I think, from getting ready. Are we ready? We're getting 2 thumbs up. Let's go ahead and see if we can bring our other guests in here. Here we go. I've got Cody. Go ahead and put your hand up for it, Cody. We saw a video with you, by the way, and it was you talking about engineering and what that means as far as you with passions and doing and designing our machines and everything else on behalf of them. And we have Alyssa, who is actually on Karla's team. So this is one of our educators, and she's also doing our some accounts receivable. So thanks for kind of doing double duty with us. I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to the 2 of you as you guys walk through some hints and tips, and I'm excited to hear what you have and just.
Cody. I've been with Grace Company since 2010, and I have been around since our very first sewing machines, and it's very great. And I just want to share that I have a lot of passion about quilting, and I love our customers, and they've been so much fun interacting with you guys and being able to share these experiences, and watching the beautiful quilts that you guys have made has been truly inspiring to me. And I spend a lot of time testing and working with machines, making sure that they all work perfectly. But I also like stitching and making quilts with my mom. We have a lot of fun making quilts, and being able to, she'll piece them together, and then I'll quilt them out and set the tension and be able to create this wonderful, beautiful texture as we piece these quilts together and finish up the quilts. And it's a wonderful experience that I truly enjoy. I also have Alyssa here with me to talk to you guys a little bit about our sewing machines and getting started with what first steps you should take when you are setting up and getting started with quilting.
So, hi, I'm Alyssa. Like Nathan said, I recently joined Karla's team in education. I'm also still working a little bit in accounts receivable, so you've probably heard from me on both sides. I've been here with the Grace Company for about 8 months. I started in accounting in the financial department, and now I'm in education. So I love education. Coming into this as someone who's sewn pretty much my whole life, I've pieced several quilt tops. And it's been fun to see the other side of that. You know, growing up when I'd piece a quilt top or I'd help my mom with one, you know, she'd send it to the quilter, you know, our friend, and it would come back and we'd bind it, and we never really knew what happened on the other side of that transaction. So now I get to kind of see some of the things that happen on your side of it, on the quilting side of it, and to hear your stories and help you find answers to questions that you have. I'm relatively new to this quilting world, but people like Karla, Cody, and so many other people here are helping me learn so much every day. I love hearing your stories, love talking to you guys, and I'm super excited to learn about tension with you guys today. Cody knows quite a bit about this, and he's been able to help me answer so many questions about tension on quilting machines, and I know he'll be able to answer a lot of your questions as well.
Awesome, thank you. So let's go ahead and get started. When we're first looking at quilting machines, our real goal and with quilting is piecing our layers together and finishing our quilts. And so when we're talking about the stitch in the quilt, we're really creating a texture or an appearance that we're adding to our quilt by adding either embellishes or just creating the texture patterns that we want on our quilts. And it's really important that we get the right stitch size and we get proper tension in our quilts when we are doing that. And some quick tips that we want to be able to walk you through with when we're doing that is making sure that you guys are using the correct thread and the correct needles and all the correct tools that you are needed to get started. And so let's go ahead and start talking about what some of those things are. When we're talking about tension, we want to make sure that we're pulling that knot into the center of your quilt. And so you have your knot that you're tying. And so if you have your knot and you're sitting on top, you have your tension too tight, or if it's too low, it's really important that you check those different items and that you can be able to see and look at your quilt throughout it as you're changing. Every time you change your bobbin, you want to be looking at those different details. And so it's really important that you guys get a good stitch and you understand kind of what good tension is to make sure that your fabric is getting pulled together tight and that your knots aren't going to come unraveled. So we're going to look at one of the important things when you're first getting started is to make sure you have practice fabric on the side of your quilt. When I use practice fabric, I always like to have the same batting material for my fabric as my pieced quilt that I'm going to be working on. So when I start working on a practice fabric on the side of my quilt, it's important that you have the same. So when you set your tension on your sewing machine, that it's going to be quilting the exact same from when you go from your quilt, your practice quilt to your pieced quilt. So that way you get the same beautiful stitches. So that way you can see the same textures, the same stitch size, and you have the same tension. One of the important things that you do when you're first getting started, just some good quick tips, is to make sure that you are using the same type of thread on both your top and bottom of your fabric. So that way your bottom is filled with the same type of material as your top thread. They don't necessarily have to be the same color, but if you're first getting started, it also helps if they're the same color. But again, they don't have to be, but it does help. So that way you're not having to fight with your tension as much. It does help though, if they're the same material, it will make it so that knot can pull evenly and it's a lot easier to get that knot in the middle. Again, it doesn't require that you use the same material top and bottom, but you will have to make more adjustments than like the quick tips and stuff that we share with like our instructions. And you'll have to make more adjustments in your bobbin case and your top thread tension. It'll take a little bit more time to get perfect tension. Wherewith if you're using the same material on top and bottom, like a 50 weight cotton thread in your bobbin case, it'll help to use a 50 weight cotton thread on your top thread. And they'll just make it a little bit easier. Another important key item when it comes to that is you have to use the correct needle. There's a different needle size for your different thread types and sizes. So if you have a 50 weight cotton thread, you need to be using a size 16 needle. But if you're using like a 40 weight cotton thread, you should be using a size 18 needle. And so it's really important that you start looking into that and you make sure that you check it online to see what needle size you should be using with your thread size. There's also a quick table that we have on our reference cards that we send with each of our machines that will tell you what needle size you should be using with each thread size. Another thing that's important to be looking at is your stitch length. You'll get a different texture when you're using different stitch lengths. And so when you're doing that, I do check on my practice fabric. If you have that same correct batting size and you set your stitch length, you'll be able to look at that texture and choose which size stitch length you want for setting your texture or creating the texture you want or look that you want on your quilt. So let's go through and just demonstrate a quick couple of things on how to get started with it when you're quilting. You want to make sure that your bobbin is threaded correctly and installed the correct orientation. So when I thread my bobbin, you make sure that you get it inside the thread tensioner. You pull it up and see, like this one is a little bit too tight, so it's pulling out of my hand. So you want to make sure when you're rolling your bobbin case up, you pick it up, and if it's coming out of your hand at all, it's a little bit too tight. It really should just be rocking up and staying in your hand as you pull it up. So I'm going to use, actually I often will use our hopping foot height gauge to adjust the tension on our bobbin case. And that fits just perfectly right into that tensioner screw there. And you can just adjust that tension right there. And make sure that that tension is rocking up, but not, if it's too loose, it will just be pulling up and not rocking up in your hand. So it's really important that you get that tension set correctly in your bobbin case. That's the first step that I usually do when I'm setting my tension from our quilting machines. The next important step is when you're installing your bobbin case into your machine. I like to hold the thread to the left side as I install it into the machine. And I don't pull the lever out, so that way I can hear it click when I install it into our quilting machine. So I hold that thread off to the left side and I will install it while holding that thread so it doesn't get caught in any of the levers or inside the hook assembly, and that way it won't get caught up or tied in anything. Next thing I like to do when we're threading our machines is I'll often pull out our reference cards and double check that I'm threading our machines correctly, especially when you're first getting started. That way you get through every single thread guide that you're supposed to. It is critical that you go through every single guide. If you want less tension and you skip one, or if you skip one, you'll get less tension, and cause some issues. It's really important when you're threading your machine that you go inside these tension discs. I will always pull the discs apart when I'm threading the machine to make sure that it's going all the way inside the tension discs. And then I pull it down through the check spring, and then I make sure that that check spring is moving, and then pull it back up when I thread the machine. And wrap it around. And then as I pull that thread, you want to make sure that your check spring is moving up and down when you're pulling it through. And as long as that's happening, you should be able to control your tension with just the machine tension knob now, since we've already set our bobbin case tension. Yeah. I'm struggling to get in the needle here through. We got it. All right, now we're going to do some practice tensioning or practice stitching on the side of our quilt here to set the tension on our machine to walk that through. It's important when you first are starting quilting also, make sure you pull your bobbin thread up. So that way you don't have your tails on the bottom of your quilt. And so I'll pull it up, make sure that I've got my bobbin thread up, and then I'll stitch in the same location. And make sure that we got both encoders plugged in, because we don't. And then we can go ahead and start quilting. Got the stitch size just a little high here. So we can see here when I first start quilting, we're a little bit too loose on our top thread tension. We're getting some railroad tracks here on the bottom of our thread. And so if you rotate, and I always look at the bottom of my quilt as often as possible to be able to look at the bottom of the fabric, and we can see that our stitches are laying on top of our stitches on the bottom here. We want to actually rotate the tensioner clockwise, so that way we're going bigger numbers, so it's rotating around. And when I first am getting started, I'll do about half turn rotations, if not full turn rotations, depending on how loose or tight the tension looks. And so based on that, we were getting some railroad tracks, so we're going to go about a full half turn, and then we're going to double check it again. Making just some fine adjustments as we go. Got the tension correct. I'm just going to loosen it just a little bit more there. And now we got a proper stitch there on the bottom. So that's one of the important things that I like to look at, is making sure that you get your tension correct, the stitch size correct, your needle correct, and you're choosing the correct thread materials. Some good basic areas when you're getting started with quilting.
So a couple questions for you, Cody. On that knob, I noticed that there's some numbers on the side of it.
Mm-hmm.
What do those numbers mean?
Those numbers are a reference place for you to use on your machine. So every time you change thread, you need to reset your tension. And so if you have that, and you can write down where you last used, if say like I have a 40 weight cotton thread, but then I'm moving to a 50 weight polyester thread, I can write down and be like, oh, I'm changing threads. I can know that when I start next time with the 40 weight cotton thread, it's good to start about at 2.5 on that tension dial when you're lining up the bottom of the knob with those numbers. And that's really helpful to be able to get started and use that as a reference guide for you on your machine, and help you have a starting point every time you change to a new thread. Again, when you change to a bob, or also if you change your bobbin thread, you want to also make sure that you reset your tension and redo that test where you're pulling it out of your hand if you're using a different type or size of thread.
Gotcha. Cool. One other question I had, would it be a tension problem? And I've had a customer ask me this actually. If the machine isn't pulling the bobbin thread out, is that a tension problem? Is that a threading problem? What would that be?
It can be either. It's probably not a tension problem unless it's really tight, but it's more likely either something's not threaded correctly, or your bobbin case, the loop is not long enough. That's a really common issue if your tail is just not coming out long enough, or it's caught in the lever on your bobbin case. If there's other issues, if you just keep fighting it and you have your tail and you get everything properly set up, you might want to call our Grace Company tech support team. They're really helpful, and they'll be able to help walk you through and see what else is going on with your machine. Those are the base things that I would look at, though. The needle being installed correctly. We'll go through a few more steps, I guess. The needle being installed correctly, because if you have it rotate around backwards, it's not going to pull the bobbin thread up. If your bobbin thread is not threaded correctly, that's going to cause you some issues. If your needle's not all the way in your sewing machine, that will cause you some issues. If it's not up all the way, if you just changed your needle and now it's not pulling your thread up, make sure that you loosen that needle again and push it all the way up into your machine. That will be really helpful when you're going through it. And that your machine is threaded correctly. If it's like not going through your thread take-up lever, it's not going to pull the thread to be able to pull up that knot.
Gotcha. Cool.
How often do you need to change needles? I change needles every time I do a new quilt. But also, if you ever start running into tension problems or something like that, then I will look and check my needle. I'll take it out of the machine. I put it on a flat table and see if it's bent or warped at all. And if it's not, then I fill the tip of it to see if there's a burr. If it is, then I replace the needle. If not, I'll put it back in the machine and see if there's something else that is wrong with the machine. But that's the general thumb I usually use, is I just do it when I start a new project. You don't need to change it that often. I think a needle would be able to go through 3 quilts pretty easily, but I will often just change it every time just to make sure that I am starting fresh when I start a new quilt, because I don't want to ruin my piece to top.
Cool. One other question I just thought of, actually, Cody, this machine, it's here. We know it's in pretty good condition. Say I haven't used my machine in a while. It's been a minute since I've done a project. I've been piecing one. How long does the whole, testing on a separate piece of fabric, how long does that process usually take you?
I will just do it until I have everything set correctly and I make sure that I get the tension and colors and everything picked out that I want. I like to practice on the side of my quilt, either with small squares. I'll just make my pieced quilt a little bit, the backing and batting a lot bigger than my pieced quilt, and then just use like either some squares that I can put on the side of my quilt or lay some fabric on the side of it so I can be matching my colors. And so when I choose my colors, when I get the tension set and I get the texture I want correct, that's when I move on to my pieced top.
Cool. Well, it sounds like it's something that could take a minute, and it's such a good idea to have a separate piece of fabric for that to happen on. Love that.
Yeah. I think that's the important thing that I really want to make sure people understand is it's really good to practice and make sure that you're starting on something that you didn't spend 100 hours piecing together to make sure that you're not going to have to pick something out of it, because that's always a little bit painful.
Yeah. For sure.
I've spent a lot of time picking, and it is not my favorite thing.
Yeah.
I made a quick acronym that I can share with you guys that I think is pretty fun. That for getting started when you're first learning to quilt, some important tips that you can be able to use for the word tension. So first is T for thread. Make sure that you're using like threads and the colors of threads that you want. Next is E for equipment. It's really important that you check your equipment is correct, that your machine is threaded correctly, that your bobbin is in correctly, that the bobbin is rotating the correct direction, that they're all in the correct direction, and that you double check like your reference cards that everything is correct. Next is that your needle. I always check my needles and make sure that you have the needle installed correctly. Even experienced quilters I've seen very often install the needles the wrong direction or have it installed where it's just a little bit crooked. We actually have a needle magnet that you can use to help you install that correctly. I'll show you guys in a second how to use that. And the next is the stitch. To make sure that you get the stitch that you want before you start on your piece top that you practice on the side of your quilt. And then also double check your information. Double check that your needle is the correct size for your thread and that you got the correct tension settings that you want for your machine, that your bobbin case is set in correct tension, and you have everything set. So you double check all your information. And then O is for opposite. Always check the opposite side of your quilt. It's very important. I've a couple times installed a bobbin and the tail was caught inside the lever, and then I started getting eyelashes. So it's really important that you often check the opposite side of your fabric. And so that way you can know and see what's going on and make sure that your tension is still correct even after you've changed your bobbin. And then the next one is new bobbin for in. In is for the new bobbin, make sure that every time you replace your bobbin, you check your tension. I go to my practice fabric every bobbin change. Make sure that my tension is not changed. It's just a quick stitch, and then I'll double check both top and bottom and make sure it is still correct. I oil my machine every other bobbin change. I will oil the hook assembly and make sure when I do oil my machine that I run the machine around a little bit without the bobbin case in it. So that way I don't get any oil on my thread, because you actually, if you get a little bit of oil on your thread, it can sometimes cause some tension issues. So I'll oil my machine every other bobbin change, then I run my machine without the bobbin case in it and without thread in the machine, because you also don't want your machine threaded when you're running it like that. And I run it around just a little bit, make sure that the oil gets out. And then when I'm oiling the head of my machine, I only oil that about once every 100 hours or 3 months.
How often what do you clean the bobbin case with? What should you clean it with?
When I clean the bobbin case, I will clean it with our lint brush, but sometimes I actually use a needle also to be able to clean the tensioner. You can, if it's not threaded. When I clean my bobbin case, there's, the tension arm on your bobbin case. You can slide your needle inside of that, and I just slide it underneath to make sure that there's no lint inside of there. Then I'll also brush the inside of my bobbin case. I take the needle plate off at probably every other quilt also, and brush the inside of my hook assembly and brush the inside of that whole bobbin area to make sure that there's no extra lint or things inside of there. So that way you're not going to run into any troubles, because lint and buildup and oil can start causing you some tension issues or just some thread breaking issues I've seen with a couple of machines. So just make sure that you clean your hook assembly area and your bobbin case fairly regularly. I also, when I start a new project, when we're talking about cleaning, I will clean my track system regularly. It's really important to wipe down your tracks and your encoders so you don't get any stitching issues, because it really does help to have clean tracks, clean hooks, clean bobbins, and clean tension assemblies. When you're cleaning your machines, those are the areas that I hit probably every other quilt.
So speaking about oil, Cody, if you oil your machine too much, will it mess with the computer board?
No, it won't cause you any issues if you oil your machine too much. I try not to oil my machine too much because I don't want oil to be dripping down ever. We do have oil wicks inside the machines to be able to catch that oil, but it is helpful just to you only really need about 2 drops every 100 hours or every 3 months, or if it's been sitting out for like 3 months, then you oil it. But if you put too much in there, just make sure you run your machine for a little bit, so that way you're not going to get any oil drip down onto your quilts.
Gotcha. And then I know yesterday when we were talking about this briefly, you mentioned something about the fabric tension. Is fabric tension very important, and do side clips come into that at all?
Yes, your fabric tension is very important. If your fabric tension is actually too tight and you pull your quilt off your machine, your fabric is going to pucker and you're going to get a bunch of issues with that. It will also affect your tension just a little bit when you pull it off of your machine. So I like to, if you can bounce a penny off of it, is kind of how I usually talk about it. It's too tight. You don't want it so tight that you can bounce a penny off of it. Like if you dropped it onto it, it should just fall flat. And so that's kind of the analogy that I really like to use when we're talking about fabric tension, is it shouldn't be able to be so tight that you're going to bounce something off it, but it's just pulled where it's flat.
Cool. And then what do you clean? The encoders and the track and all that stuff that you mentioned, paper towels, Clorox wipes?
I usually use a cloth. Okay. Just like a cloth rag. And I will usually use like some dust spray, actually. When I spray it down, I spray it onto my cloth, and then I'll wipe down the tracks and the wheels, and the encoder wheel are the important things that I like to clean. Cool. Those are some of the important ones that I like to
What about canned air? That's another question I have, because I've cleaned a sewing machine with canned air. Is that the same thing for a
Same
machine?
thing. Yep, you can clean the inside of your hook area with canned air. I really think that's super helpful. We do that actually here sometimes, so it's not going to hurt your machine. It's super safe to do, and it's just a quick, easy way to clean your hook area.
Cool. Well, I think that's all the questions we have.
Cool.
I'm going to come back on with the two of you really quick, if you're okay, Cody. I had not heard the tension thing. I made a little slide. I want to go ahead and put that up, and just really quickly, without trying to go through all the explanations again, I thought that's a smart thing. If we can share that one more time, let me go find this really quick here. So this is what you brought up was tension. Just quickly recap for us again. What did that mean? If you were giving us details on tension, walk through again one more time what that is. Maybe what I can ask as well, Cody, if you would mind putting this down, we can look at anybody that's interested in this. You can reach out, to the sales and the info team, and we'll look at also probably looking at a place to post this on the Grace side under maybe some resources, because I love that. I hadn't really heard that. But walk through that one more time for everybody and tell us a little bit more about what that meant again.
All right, perfect. Yeah, so tension. T is for thread, and double check that you have the correct thread top and bottom. It's really important that you use the correct thread, especially if you're getting started, that you're using like threads, and sometimes even matching those colors. E is for equipment. Make sure that you have your equipment double checked, that you have your machine threaded correctly and your bobbin case threaded correctly, and that they're installed with your bobbin case all the way in. Those are the equipment. And then N is for needles. Make sure that your needle is installed the correct direction. Use your needle magnet to make sure that it's straight. Make sure that it's in all the way and that it is not bent or damaged. S is for stitch. Double check that your stitch is correct. Practice on it every time you change your thread. If you're changing to a different color thread in the middle of a quilt, if you're changing your bobbin thread, anything to do with that, double check your stitch is correct. I is double check your information, that your needle size and your thread size match is really important, and double check that you have the correct information. O is for opposite. Always check the bottom of your quilt as often as possible. It really helps you. I ran into a bunch of quilts that I've done. I ran a whole row like with automation, and I had poor tension because I didn't have my bobbin case installed correctly, and I had to pick an entire row, and it's not fun to do. And then in is for a new bobbin. Every new bobbin change, switch to your practice fabric and make sure that your stitch is correct. Again, I just like, really, that is a really key one. I have seen this issue so many times. And so it just will really help save you a lot of headaches if you double check on your practice fabric with a new bobbin.
Alyssa, one last question, because I know we're kind of out of time here, but any other things as you've gone through learning and working with Cody and on the education, any last bits of insight that you would love to share with our community out there who's watching us right now as well before we finish up your segment?
What Cody said, just, make yourself a little checklist, go through it when you're having a problem. I was helping actually Cody's mom. We were working on a project together a little bit ago, and we were having some tension issues. And so we brought Cody in, and after he explained all of these things to me, it all became a lot more clear. So now I know when I'm working on a project, I can kind of just go over that checklist. And most of the problems that I was having could have been solved if I'd taken the time, check everything, make sure everything's threaded correctly, all of those things. Just go through the checklist if you're having problems. And after that, if you still cannot figure out what's going on, or if it's a solution that you can't resolve by yourself, then you can feel free to call us here, and one of our techs can help with that. I see there's a question here about the needle magnet, and where do you get it and how do you use it?
I have a needle magnet right here. I did want to try and show you guys this today. We can get you guys a needle magnet if you call our sales team. Go ahead and use it. Okay, sorry. And when you use your needle magnet, you just put it on the front of your needle and make sure that it is pointing out. So if you have a longer lever arm, it'll help you be able to see that your needle is incorrect. The front of your needle is actually flat. And so you can just put a needle magnet on the front of your needle, and it will help show you that the orientation is correct by having that leveraged arm out. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate being able to spend time with you guys today. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you guys learned a few things from us today, and hope if you guys have any issues that we'll be able to, or you'll be able to get through them, and have a nice day.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We really appreciate both of you helping walk through a lot of those. I know a lot of other people are going to potentially have many questions that come up as you get into quilting. One, there's a lot of resources we do have on the Grace Frame website amongst our tech support team and our customer service team. So I'm going to encourage you to reach back out. Thank you very much, Cody and Alyssa, for sharing all that. Hopefully that gives some of you that own the machines a little bit more insight. And I did see there were several other questions. Again, we're going to try to get back to those by answering all those here we can in the comments. And so I'm going to reach out to our account executives again. Let's see what we can do to help make sure all of our comments get met. We'll go through those, and then please reach out to us at our 800 number, 1-800-264-0644. Again, that's 1-800-264-0644. You can also chat with us, and you can also email us. With that, we're really excited to bring up Leah Day. We're glad to have her be a part and willing to spend a little time in putting together some of the content that she's going to share. I'm going to kind of read an intro to what this is and a brief overview. So Leah Day teaches us how to freehand quilt a basics spiral. This design looks great on a large and small scale and can be quilted on any type of a machine. So she's going to walk through part of this design, learn how to begin quilting simple spiral shapes in rows, and how to expand the design to cover your quilts with a beautiful and swirled texture. So with that, we're excited to bring Leah Day on and learn from Leah Day. So here we go.
Hello, my quilting friends. My name is Leah Day, and welcome to You Can Quilt. We are learning 3 new filler designs during Grace Company's Spring Fling Quilt Festival. And today I want to teach you how to quilt Basic Spiral. So Basic Spiral is a simple open filler design. It's really easy to stitch. You can fill it through sashing narrow spaces like this. You can also quilt it around motifs and designs like this feather wreath. And you can also use it to cover your entire quilt with a big all-over quilting filler design. So really quickly before we get started, I want to tell you about the system that I am using. This is the Grace Qnique 21. I am using the original continuum frame, and I have an idler rail here attached that I love using because that allows me to quilt and not have to raise the back bar as my quilt builds up on the back rail. Now, yes, I do have a tablet and QCT on this long arm, but I am not using it in this video. This is entirely freehand, free motion quilting, meaning I am stitching just simply moving the machine with my hands on the handlebars, and that's it. So I'm going to include lots of tips and tricks for mastering this design, so let's jump right in. So I always like to start with a very simple shape. And for basic spiral, our simple shape is just going to be this spiral. Spiral in, spiral out, and then go into the exact same shape again and try and make these the same size. So when I'm learning a new design, when I'm coming up with something, I try and break it down into the absolute simplest thing that we can stitch first. And we want to stitch this in a row. And yes, it's going to get more complex later, don't worry. But for right now, we want to keep it really simple and just stitch this spiral in, spiral out, all the way across. And I'm quilting this across a 12-inch square that I just stitched the outline of on my practice sandwich. Now, I don't have room for a full spiral, so I'm just going to make kind of a narrow one, and that's just fine. Now, learning how to do that is really important because we are going to have to sometimes, squish a shape, make it a little smaller, make it fit into our quilt. All right, so that is the basic step. Spiral in, spiral back out. And something that's really, really helpful whenever you're quilting this is to remember to leave double the amount of space as you go in, so that way you can stitch right through the middle of it as you come out. Now I'm going to travel stitch carefully along this line. And now let's talk about scale, because as you can see, my lines up here were about 1/2 inch apart. Now let's say that you wanted a really, really soft bed quilt. So you're going to want to have those lines even further apart. So here I'm starting with a much bigger shape. I'm leaving a lot more room, and then I'm swinging out much longer as I come around and start my next shape. So where before I stitched 6 shapes, this time going across, I'm going to stitch only 3. So now I'm coming around again. And as I swing in, I'm thinking, okay, I want to kind of hit maybe kind of like, the circular shape that I've stitched. As I swing around, I'm kind of aiming for what I would consider kind of the midpoint. And then as I swing out, I can go all the way around stitching through the middle. And you can see how that expanded the design overall, made it a lot bigger. All right, so let's finish that. Swing around and down. And there we go. Now that's a little wiggly wobbly, and you might be wondering, well, how can that look a little bit better? Can I kind of deal with some of those wobbles a little bit? Well, we can do a little bit for ourselves, add a little bit more control by adding a bag of beans. I know this sounds funny, but it's just a 1 pound weight. I mean, if you happen to have a soft 1 pound weight sitting around your house, then of course you could use that. I have lots of dried beans in my house, so this is always convenient. And what you want to do is you want to place this where it's underneath, it's on the quilt, and below the quilt is your machine bed, or I have a full ruler plate. My ruler plate comes out this wide. So I can place this bag of beans here, and then maybe a second bag over on this side, kind of a little bit over here. And as I'm rolling the machine over, it's going to give me nice control. Now, a very common question I'm asked, is, well, how do I gain the most experience in the least amount of fabric? A lot of people consider practicing and stitching out practice sandwiches and stuff like this as a waste. It's not. It's actually very, very useful, and it's very important to spend out with your fabric so that way you can gain skill. But if you really want to maximize your skill, you want to stitch on a smaller scale. Scale is that distance between those lines of quilting. So like this distance right here between that line and over there, and this line was, that's like roughly 1.5 inches. As I quilted the row before, it was roughly 1 inch scale. Now let's try and shrink it, and we're going to try and quilt on a 1/4 inch scale. So this causes me to have to stitch a lot slower, a lot more controlled. As I swing out, I'm thinking about that scale. I'm focusing on that. And as you notice, I'm still stitching the exact same shape, that simple, basic spiral. And I actually call it, when it's in a chain like this, I call this spiral chain. And this is actually perfect for stitching through sashing. You know, let's say you had maybe a 2-inch sashing on your quilt. This would be a perfect design to stitch through that sashing. It would look really, really cute. Now, how am I able to stitch this so smoothly and to maintain each of these, you know, pretty accurately with the least amount of wobbles? Well, number one, practice. The more experience you have stitching a particular design, the more you get to know it. I call it like a relationship. It's like, how many times have you guys gone out on a date? And how many times have you made that particular shape in your life? And if the answer is only 5 or 6 times, well, then you don't know that shape very well. It's not logged into your body very well. And the more you stitch it, the better you're going to get. And also, these bags of beans really, really do help. They do slide around a little bit. And, you know, I know some quilters that actually stitch cloth bags for them and stuff, and that kind of helps stabilize them a bit. I'm a bit lazy when it comes to that. I just like to leave them in the original bag, and that way I can eat them later if I need to. So that's just my opinion. I like it, you know, being a little bit more portable and still useful as food. But you could always stitch yourself a little pillow and make it a little longer, and that might give you even more stability. But I hope that you can see that by stitching on a smaller scale, look how many more repetitions that we got. Now, I wobbled a little bit there, but you know, if you're quilting this on a quilt over the grand scheme of the quilt, you're not going to see those wiggles and wobbles. You're not going to really notice that in the grand scheme of things. Of course, I'm obviously contrasting fabric greatly here so that way you can see what I'm doing. So that helps too. If you match your thread just a little bit more, like let's say I was using a pink thread or a light purple thread, then that wiggle wobble wouldn't be as noticeable. But I do advise contrasting at least a little bit. I like white thread on my quilts. I think that looks good. But it's important to be able to see what you're doing, because otherwise you're really just stitching in the dark and you're not going to be able to see what you're doing, and then you're not really going to be improving. I saw the greatest improvement in my quilting ability when I started stitching with white thread on dark fabric, a high contrast, because I was really able to see every single stitch. Okay, so let's stitch one more line and let's start to mix it up a little bit, because obviously this is where we start. We start with a spiral chain. We just get that shape down. We just, you know, get practice and moving and grooving with that particular shape. But our goal is with any filler design to make it more random. So to be able to swirl into a space, to be able to change direction. So this one I'm kind of coming down a little bit more. Let's see if I can also change the angle. So this one swirls inward the opposite way. And then sometimes with basic spiral, you might have a little weird area. You'll just have to go in there with a little tail like that. That's fine. Now I'm going to swirl over here, go back to that original angle. Maybe I can cut one in half. I'll show you how that works. You're going to come over just like you stitched a spiral right there. And then I'm just going to swirl in, swirl out. And the basic idea here is, what does it look like if you cut it off? If like you put your hand on top of it and the shape is cut off a little bit, well, you end up with a ring and another ring. Sometimes you end up with that hook shape, but that's what it looks like. So if ever you have an odd area in your block or in your quilt, you need to be able to stitch just that partial shape sometimes right along the edge. Now I hope that you can see how many repetitions I'm getting here, because I'm quilting on such a small scale. Of course, I understand quilting on a small scale might not be your thing if you are wanting to make super, super soft bed quilts. And a lot of people look at this scale and say, well, that's just too dense. My quilt's gonna feel too stiff. And yeah, I agree. You know, I've made a lot of quilts over the years, especially when my quilting scale was really dense. And it took a long time for those quilts to soften up. But I can tell you one major key is to use 100% cotton batting. Cotton batting has a little bit more shrink, it has a little bit more forgiveness, and it will crinkle up almost immediately whenever you wash it and throw it in the dryer. And I do wash all of my quilts pretty much in the washer and the dryer, the ones that get drug around the house, you know, my baby quilts, my bed quilts, all of those, I just treat them just like my clothing. And the cotton batting, I have noticed over time, the quilts that are the oldest that I've used the longest, even when they are quilted on this denser scale, they have softened up really nicely, and they have that crinkly effect, and they have a really nice drape. Okay, so now that we have stitched quite a lot of basic spiral through here, let's move over to a empty block. I'm going to break my thread here, show you how to do that. I just lift my needle, and I don't have a thread cutter on my Unique 21, so I just lift my needle up and I pull the machine over. What that does is that spools out my bobbin thread. So I have a nice long bobbin thread, come back to my ending point, drop my needle down, bring it back up again, and I bring up a loop of thread. What that is, that's my bobbin thread. And now I can clip both of these, leave nice long thread tails, and then I can tie off and bury them in the quilt later. Yes, I even bother doing that even whenever I am quilting just a practice quilt. It's just a good habit to get into. All right, so here I have another big empty 12-inch block. I'm going to pull up thread here on this side. This looks like a good place to start. And I just needle down, needle up, and I pull on this top thread that brings up a loop. That loop is my bobbin thread, and I just bring that up to the surface. If I don't do that, basically that thread tail stays on the back of the quilt. And it's not the end of the world, but it just doesn't look all that good whenever I stitch over it. It can make kind of a mess. All right, so I took a few stitches, not in place, but kind of moving along that line that I've stitched before. So a little bit of travel stitching. I don't like to build up thread and kind of make a big glob of it, like a big knot. I think that looks bad, and it's also not very secure. The best way to secure your thread tails is to tie them in a knot and bury them. So yes, it's something I do with every single thread break. All right, so through this space, I am going to quilt this with basic spiral, and let's aim for a bigger scale. Let's say for that big 1-inch scale. So as I go in, I'm focusing on big shapes, and we're going to do this randomly. So this is really after you stitch basic spiral in rows, after you get lots of practice quilting it, all around your quilt. This will be where you go next. You're going to aim for randomness. So sometimes I'm going to stitch a smaller shape, sometimes I'm going to stitch a bigger shape, but you can see just how much space I'm covering here. I am covering 4 inches or more of the quilt with every shape that I create. So I'm swinging around, I got that corner. Now here is a spot that can be tricky. This is what I would identify as kind of a tricky spot. I need to be able to fill in this space. I've got a little weird area over here, and I need to be able to get down and kind of work my way downward so I can complete the block without really running into the edges. Although it's not the end of the world if I run into the edges. That's not against the rules or anything like that, but sometimes it pays to turn the machine off, grab a marking pencil, and just plan what you're gonna do. Should you swing out like that and come in? Or should I go in this direction? What makes the most sense? I kind of like the idea of swinging out, kind of coming up against this edge, swirling in, and then if I wanted to, I could kind of fill in that little gappy space with a little tail if I wanted to. All right, so sometimes, and let's actually go on ahead and mark that. I'll kind of plan that out just a bit. There we go. I can kind of fill that in with the tail, and then I'll come out right there. So it doesn't, this is just a mark, this is just an idea, and I don't have to hit it exactly. It's just giving me a little bit of a guideline, a little bit of an idea of what I plan to do so that I don't stitch myself into a corner or a little pocket and then get stuck in the design. So that looks kind of cute. There we go. Swirl in this corner. I'm going to change direction here. There we go. Now you notice that I'm having to quilt smaller shapes, but I'm still trying to roughly maintain that scale, that 1-inch distance between my lines of quilting. So now I've got another kind of tricky spot. Let's see how I can fill this in. I think kind of an oval shape. I think that looks good. And then I'll swirl down. And let's say I had more space on my quilt, maybe I would complete another circle down here, another basic spiral down here. But overall, I think this looks really good. I'm gonna break my thread and roll over it so you can see what I did here. So I'm just gonna needle up, pull away, drop my needle back down again. That brings up my bobbin thread. Super, super easy. Grab my scissors and just clip these threads, and then we can roll over and see how this turned out. So this would really be, you know, a size for speed. You know, I've got 2 fingers widths here, roughly, between these lines of quilting. Yeah, and pretty consistent too. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. You can have the lines, like right here, the lines came a little closer together. That's okay. Sometimes you have them a little further apart. The goal with your scale is just to overall generally have the lines be consistent. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. You're not going to take a ruler to your quilt and measure, you know, exactly all over the place. You're just going for an overall fill, something that's going to go fast, that's going to cover your quilt with a pretty design, and it's going to get it finished fast. That is what basic spiral is really good at. That is really the key with a design like this, is that you're going to just cover your whole quilt with that design and be able to get it finished. But what if your quilt is just a little bit more special than that? And what if you have done applique and you've done a lot of piecing, you've stitched some motifs on your quilt, like this is a feather wreath that I stitched using QCT, Quilter's Creative Touch. That is our computerized quilting software. So this was stitched actually by the computer moving my machine. And then now I can go in and I can quilt basic spiral freehand all around it. So I'm going to pull up thread right here, and we're going to talk about how we stitch a design whenever we have to stitch around something. How do we manage this? How do we keep it neat and clean? How do we not accidentally run into that feather wreath and make a big giant mistake? And I think the number one thing is, you know, think about your scale. You know, this is going to be a situation where you're taking a little bit more time to make the quilt look really nice. So this is going to be a situation where I think you need to stitch a little smaller. So I'm going to bring my beans in here and get them close. And I'm going to keep a focus on that, as far as I might have to shift these around as my machine and the ruler base on top of it move around, because then that will cause the beans to slip around. Okay. So my goal here is to quilt a random basic spiral, not overlap and get on top of my feather wreath, and to fill in this background with a nice overall design. It just adds texture and it's going to look really cute. All right, so here we go. Smaller scale, but also randomness. So I'm not going to stitch that line of spirals. I'm going to be stitching a nice variety. So here I stitched 2 in 2 different directions. I'll probably use that point again and then aim in this direction. That looks good. And the biggest thing I'm always thinking about with this design is just leaving myself enough room to escape. I don't ever want to stitch myself into a corner that I can't get out of. And, you know, but then again, if I do, it's not the end of the world. I can always just break thread and start again. But generally, my goal is to be able to just continue flowing through the design. So what happens if, you know, like here, I came in with my basic spiral and really I didn't have enough room to complete that. So I just kind of buddied right up against my feather wreath. Well, now I'm going to travel stitch along the edge of it. So I am going super slow and careful as I travel stitch just right along the edge of that feather shape. And at any time that you turn off your machine, that's a good time to shift things around, make sure that your beans are in the right place, make sure that everything feels right, and then I can click the machine back on again and start another spiral shape. Now, again, at any time, you are allowed to turn the machine off and think about what you're doing and plan out the design. You do not have to stitch all of this completely freehand. So I'm just going to plan this out here real quick. I think maybe swirl around with a basic spiral like this, and then maybe a little tail into that corner, and then come back out, and I'll swirl all the way over and get right up against that feather wreath, and then come down again. So, you know, at any point in time, stop, plan. Do not feel like you have to just pedal to the metal, you know, fly straight away. You can always stop and think about your design. Give it a little bit of marking. That's not cheating. And no one will know that you did that, because after you stitch through that area, you just rub on that or erase it however your marking pencil works. Use the eraser however it works and your marks go away. It's like a magic trick. No one will know that that's how you did it. I'm going to come down. Now notice I slow down whenever I'm getting close to that feather wreath. You know, I'm pushing the machine with my arms. I still have control, and then if I feel like, you know, I just really need it to slow down a little bit more, bring those beans in closer, because what this is doing, you know, the purpose of the beans is adding weight to the surface of the quilt. The weight slows down the machine. It gives you more control over what you're doing. Now I'm going to need to come back. Let's see here. How should I position this? I'm going to need to come back and stitch this little area, so I don't want my beans in my way. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. And I was going to swirl into a spiral, but I actually think a better idea would be to change direction and come back. And this is another thing. You know, you might have one plan, and then pausing and rearranging things just gives you that opportunity to think about it a little bit more. And then, oh, this is actually going to work a little bit better. And I think that looks nicer. There's no rules other than stitch a spiral, swirl in, swirl back out. That's the rule for this design. And all of my filler designs are governed by these simple rules. And the thing about it is just to get that practice in while you stitch it in a row, you know, the very simple shape, get your practice in, and then once you memorize it and you really get the hang of swirling those spirals in all different directions, well, then you really can quilt it anywhere on your quilts, and you can quilt it on any scale. You can quilt it small like this, with those lines of quilting nice and close together, and you can also quilt it really big. So never feel like this practice is a waste of your time. Every time you stitch that spiral shape, you're gaining a little bit more skill with it. You're developing that relationship a little bit more, right? And that is helping you be able to stitch it that much better next time. Now, I do find it harder to quilt the spirals slowly. I feel like I stitch with fewer wobbles when I stitch a little bit faster. But the downside of that is that when I stitch faster, I generally stitch bigger. So it's kind of a, I guess, a catch-22 there. You're going to have to just figure out, okay, how can I stitch on the scale that I want to for this quilt and then also maintain good control? And this is just muscle memory, guys. You're just going to have to practice a lot, and practice can be on your quilts. You know, if you are stitching the design and you feel confident with it, then you are ready to put it on a real quilt, not just on a practice sandwich. And it does change the feel of things, I'll be completely honest. Like just stitching around this feather wreath, you know, because I don't want to mess it up. I really want it to look nice. You know, it does make you a little bit more nervous, a little bit more tense, and that can change the way that you steer your long arms. So watch out for that. Always remember to just stay loose. Don't, you know, clutch the handlebars. You want to just flow through these shapes. And then if ever you hit those sides, remember, you can always travel stitch. Let's say that was, you know, the edge of a block, or that was a ditch. You know, you can travel stitch in the ditch. So if you run into those lines, or you run into a motif, or you run into an applique, remember, you can always travel stitch along the edge, then come up, swirl out, keep on going. It's not the end of the world. And there's no rule that says that you can't. I have a lot of people that will email me and say, well, do you break thread, you know, every time that you get close to a shape? And I'll say, no, absolutely not, because I'd be, you know, tying off and burying thread tails for the rest of my life. I always try and minimize my thread breaks. I try and flow through the design as much as I can and stitch as much of it without having to travel stitch, if I can get away with it, right? Because that is going to be a little bit faster. Now here we go. This is going to be tricky, and this is definitely a time to stop and plan your design. I kind of, you know, eliminated my escape hatch over here. I was going to come over here, and I stitched a spiral there instead. So now I'm going to probably end up ending the design right against my feather wreath. So I really need to grab a marking pencil and plan it. And I'm just going to stitch a little tail and then come back and around. And that's okay. It doesn't have to finish with a spiral. It can be just that little tail shape. That's a-okay. And then swirl out and around and come right up against your feather wreath. So I can break thread here. That's a-okay. Not breaking any rules. You know, it's all stitched designs. If this was an applique or this was the edge of, you know, some sort of motif on my block, I could also break thread here too. So I just brought my bobbin thread up, I clipped that, I also clipped my top thread, and ready to go. And again, those marks just rub out with the marking pencil that I'm using. I can either erase them with the marking pencil just like so, or I can just rub it. This is the Fons and Porter ceramic marking pencil, one of my favorites, and the marks are gone. Yeah, perfect. And so you can see here, pull away my beans, and you can see that is a beautiful filler design surrounding that feather wreath. Very, very simple. And yeah, it's totally random. You can't tell that I kind of quilted that. I quilted that in a row. I started here, I worked my way over to that corner, then I worked my way down and around. So I worked clockwise around my feather wreath. And this was a row of the design swirling all the way around. Now, why did I do it that way? Well, the reason is it's a lot faster to plan your design and stitch it either swirling through the whole thing, you know, in a clockwise direction, you know, meaning you fill up that whole space as you go, because otherwise you're going to end up with like little gaps around your feather wreath, or, you know, little gaps around the edges of your block. And then that can get really tricky and finicky to come in there and actually keep the design consistent. So whenever I have like a motif in the center and I'm quilting around it, then I am focusing on taking that design and expanding it and swirling all the way through that whole area as I stitch. So, you know, sometimes I'll take a design here, then I'll go over right up against the edge of the block, then I'll come back in. You know, it's kind of coming back and forth with the long arm. And incidentally, I do this exact same thing with my home machine too. So it doesn't really matter the machine or how it's set up, whether it's stationary or it's on a frame and you're rolling it around. This is how I fill in spaces, so that way it fills in, it is beautifully filled, and seamless is kind of the wrong term, but you get what I mean. There's not big gaps. There's not, you know, a super tiny chunk of the design over here or a super big gap over there. It's consistently filled all the way around. So one last thing I want to show you, and that is how to fill basic spiral. It's actually, I call this spiral chain through sashing. So this is a 2-inch space, which is pretty standard for sashing. I do like to put a little bit wider sashing on my quilts just because I can do more creative things with it. But whenever you're filling in basic spiral in a row like this, it helps to plan out the first 1 or 2. And I also really like using my ruler foot, because let's say I want to make sure that I keep the design a 1/4 inch inside of these edges, you know, whether these are ditches or just lines, I want to stay a 1/4 inch inside. Well, the ruler foot gives me a nice guide. I know that that edge of the foot can only go right up against that line of stitching or that ditch. I don't want to bring it any closer because a ruler foot has exactly a 1/4 inch from the edge to the needle. So as I come down, I'm going to kind of run up against that, and then as I angle over from my spiral, I'm making sure that I have a 1/2 inch of distance here. So that way, as I swirl in, I have room to swirl back out. Now, of course, a sashing design like this, stitched into a 2-inch space, you're going to have to make that basic spiral pretty small. So this is stitched on a 1/4 inch scale. This is going to be for those quilts that are super, super special, that you just really want to take up a notch, that you want to put a special design in the sashing, a special design in the blocks, a special design in the border. You might even mark the border design. So that is really where I'm coming from. This is not necessarily a fill. This is more of a motif where I'm stitching that down the sashing, so that really elevates that space and makes it look nice. So first I'm going to stitch it more or less on these marked lines, swirl over. Now I'm going to come in, and then now I'm going to go right through the middle of that space, and I'm going to do the same thing, aiming over and swirling out and around. I feel like I need a little bit more control, so I'm gonna grab my bag of beans. There we go, a little bit of a wobble, that's okay. Swirl right through the middle of that open space. So I'm coming close on one side, and it's consistent. It's the same spiral shape over and over and over again. So with each one, I'm coming over close on one side, swirling in, and then going right through the middle as I come back out again. There we go. And that was pretty consistent. You know, it was kind of lucky, I'll be honest, that I spaced them out that well. But you know, you're gonna aim, but let's say you do have 12-inch blocks and you wanna make sure that it comes out even just like that did, well then you might even want to kind of aim and estimate and say, okay, well I need these spirals to be, you know, this long each. And you might even mark the whole thing. Stitching that, you know, on the marked lines, as you can see, I kind of blew that right there. It can be a little challenging, but that's another skill that is really important to build. If you struggle with freehand quilting, that's what this is, you know, stitching the design and just flowing over it and you're making it up as you go, that's called freehand quilting. If you find that difficult and you find it just hard to plan your design, how to know how it fits and fills, then marking the design is another option. It's not cheating, not at all, and it allows you to get that exact design where you want it in your quilting space. Now, I'll be honest, quilting on a marked line on a long arm is a lot harder because you have so much freedom of movement. So definitely add some weights to your long arm, get them in here, and that's gonna definitely help you gain control. The more you do this kind of thing, the more you steer the ship, the more you move those handles, the better you're gonna get, the better you're gonna be able to follow that line exactly, whatever you marked, and the better you're gonna be able to fill your beautiful basic spiral or spiral chain design. So that's it for this video. I hope you learned a lot quilting basic spiral with me today, and that you'll continue to enjoy all of the videos shared during Grace Company's Spring Fling Quilt Festival. Until next time, let's go quilt.
Hey everybody, thanks for being able to watch that. It was wonderful with Leah Day. I think some wonderful insights. It's great to be able to see and be able to learn from so many wonderful individuals out there in the quilting world. So thank you, Leah. If anybody has questions, we're going to encourage you to go see a little bit more on Leah Day's website, leahday.com, and find out she has all sorts of goods and all sorts of classes and all sorts of education, and she's been doing it for a long time. And maybe I'll give this quick props out to Leah. She started, one of her key things was from those in the very beginning phases of quilting, and she has a lot that talks about what this means on a domestic machine and how to continue to move through the domestic, the mid arm, and the long arm. One thing I wanted to do right now is, and I kind of neglected this just a little bit before, is we have a new dashboard for those of you when you log in and register. I wanted you to kind of take a little bit of a look and see what this means. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring my screen up here. Where is it here? Let me share my screen for everybody. And I wanted to walk through some of the functions of what this is. There we are. Here we go. All right, so I want everybody to see this. This is something new we've done for this fall, this Spring Festival, so you can kind of help manage what your content is, what classes you've signed up for, if you've been able to put your quilts together. And so I really like this. There is an access button to get back to the main home screen, which is where we're using and streaming this live content as well. But you can see there's a list of all those events. And then we also have your quilt entries. And so this is a real great way to be able to kind of look through what might be some other things you're looking to access. Really importantly, over here on the right hand side, we have this new announcements features. And so those of you, we're doing this sparingly, but periodically we're looking at making sure to send reminders to you of the classes that you have signed up for and of key components in this event. Those that have a cell number in here too, we're going to do that again sparingly from a text messaging to hopefully keep that on your phone and get you direct access, which makes it pretty convenient. I know I like that when I've signed up for a couple key things so I can can just click the link and then it helps me start and get into there. And then through emails. And so this announcement is a great place to kind of come back, and it will show you the amount of new announcements you have. What are those announcements? Obviously, you can click in there to access it. So we're really excited about this new edition. And I would encourage anybody who, again, who's registered, once you log in, you're driven directly to this so that you can manage all of your content in one place very easily, and then it will help you be able to look at other things that you might want to do, other classes and other events, and then again, maybe even looking at the vendors from there. One thing I wanted to look at here as well, which I didn't get a chance to run through this morning, is what is on sale. What are some of the key promotions we're running for Spring Fling? I'm going to bring this up. This here is one of the an item that's a lot of people are very excited about. It's our cutie tabletop. In fact, we're going to move into this here in just a minute, and we're going to do some demonstrations before we get to some of our prizes and do a few other things here. But this has been a wonderful frame. It is on sale. It's an amazing price. And again, we're going to have Mark and Karla tell us a little bit more about that here in a minute. It is great. It is too late to enter a quilt is what we're, oh, the question, I think we're getting questions. You guys can ask that, is it? Like, so. So is it too late to enter quilt? I don't believe it is. You can go ahead and still enter your quilts in. So if you haven't already submitted a quilt, feel free to do so. We'll come back to that here in a minute. But we're also doing a special free accessory kit with machine purchases, and that comes with quite a few things. Hopping feet, a ruler base, bobbins, needles, and then also some special Leah Day rulers, and she has great educations on these. And that is with any of the machine purchases. We got the 21, which is at a wonderful price, the 21 Pro. Again, we're not going to spend a lot of time, but I want you to see what is the availability and what are some of those promotions. The Q19, which is our 19-inch machine, and that does work with all of the different frames that we have. So you can get that on a hoop style frame or what we call a roller frame that usually they're a little bit larger in length to do your queen and your king size quilts. We have the 15s on sale as well, amongst several other things. So we're really excited for you to come and take a look and browse what are those things, and then how can you engage with them. Again, coming back to your dashboard, this is for you. This is how you can engage with the show and go through that. What I'd like to do here is go ahead and let's bring Karla and Mark back up. I'll go ahead and remove this, and let's go ahead and kind of go over to the two of you and let's spend some time. And the reason I felt like it would be great to review this product now is that even when we started this morning, we ended up with questions on this. As we went throughout the secondary portion, we ended up with more questions on this. And this is probably one of the #1 items we end up with a lot of conversations by incoming phone calls and whatnot. So Mark and Karla, why don't you take some time and talk to us a little bit about this new cutie tabletop frame and who those quilters are, who this relates to, what some of the functions are, and then really what else are the possibilities and what you can do with that.
Absolutely. Karla, ready? Yes, so am I. So what we have with a stand. All right. Move these out. Get out of the camera. Okay. So we may have to adjust it for me. As I bend down. Oh, there we go. All right. So what we have here, Karla, we have the cutie frame with nothing on it. And then we have a cutie frame with the fabric and the machine. So we can kind of show both. Let's first look at why we came out with the cutie frame. Who was this meant for? Was there any particular quilter this is meant for, or why did we come out with the cutie frame?
Well, we needed to capture a demographic that is looking for something easy to use, easy to set up, and they don't have a lot of room. A lot of international quilters, they have small spaces and they want to continue doing what they love, and that is quilting. And also, it just makes it easier to manage. If you've ever moved your fabric underneath the needle of the machine, this allows you to move the machine across the fabric. So it just makes it that much easier to use, quilt with. So, and it's a portable frame that you can set up on the table and then take down when you're finished. So you don't have to have it out a whole time.
Absolutely. Now, I also want to point out, we know that some of our viewers who are watching probably already own the cutie frame or have one on order. So for those quilters who are watching now, this is going to be something new. And for those quilters who have it on order, who are waiting for it, or or may have got it in already and using it, I would suggest that you consider maybe some of the new features that we talk about, not new features, but maybe something you didn't know about the QD frame. When we first brought this out, it was a transition piece, right, Karla? You can use your 9-inch machine, or you can go bigger. And so for those who already have owned the QD frame for a while and has had the smaller machine on there, what are your thoughts on maybe going to a slightly bigger machine, knowing now how much quilt you can quilt with your smaller machine and how much more you can do with a larger machine? So that's a question that I have for those who are watching. If you've been using it with a smaller machine, have you considered now going to a bigger machine, is my question.
Right, and the capabilities of using a longer machine are just a little flip of them, and you can just pull it out and have a larger quilting service. So it ends with you as you're ready to go to a larger machine.
Exactly. We want to make it simple, Karla.
Right.
Now, what we just did there, again, for those who are watching this for the first time, this particular frame was designed to really move and expand without tools needed. And so what Karla and I did, the second lever we pulled up, this allows you to bring the arm out. So you have larger machines that you're looking to put on, and then put it in for the smaller machine that you could have. And then this is your work area. So that's nice and simple. Now, with it as well, all of it is taking the rail out. With a rolling rail to take your machine, and I know there's a lot of quilters, Karla, that have the machine on the rolling rail, then they take it off, then they put it on and take it off. With this one in particular, it's nice because you can just simply move the tab over, and then this one comes right out, and that way you can take it through the throat of your machine, or you can store it.
Yeah, so you can use your machine for your piecing projects as well.
Absolutely. All right. So this particular frame, again, from start to finish, keeps user-friendly involved, so you're not needing a lot of tools, again, to move forward. So very simple and light. So now, as we look at the transition piece, so the QD frame is perfect. We've been getting a lot lately for those who travel and they want to have one maybe in their motorhome or wherever they're going to travel. They can have a couple of these, or just take this one with them because it's so small. It's only 4 feet in length, and it is super light. So you can take that wherever you want to go. So your hobby can go with you on your travel. So that is fantastic. Again, this particular QD frame can go up to a 19-inch machine, which is fantastic because you could do a 19-inch machine. That's a lot of quilt to be quilting with a little space taken up in your quilt area. And that is one of the attractive parts of the QD frame, right, Karla, is using a larger throat machine on such a small frame. You don't need to have something large for a larger machine.
Right, and with this little frame, it doesn't limit you to the size quilt you can quilt. You can quilt as large as a king or a super queen king, that it just manages the fabric, it gets it up off it, and you can quilt your section, shift your quilt the next section. So you can continue on and on and on. And like I said, it doesn't limit you to the size quilts you can quilt.
Yes, absolutely. So there was a question that popped up, and let's go ahead and everybody saw that. So they're asking, sales on the outside of the QD frame for other frames. So the QD frame is on sale for that fantastic price. We can look at doing special prices for other frames. We do have them at a low what you can sell online price, and so that's been the sell price. And so go to our website or go to the dealer website that's near you to find the prices on other frames. Okay, so Karla, outside of the size of this frame and the machine, what are these blue clips for?
Oh, these blue clips are to help you clip your fabric onto the frame itself. And they have these little grooves to where you can clamp it over your fabric to keep it up out of the way as you're quilting across your quilt. And these right here are grooved, and they act as like a little ratchet. So they're a ratcheting clamp, and that's what we call it. So it helps to give you tension on your fabric.
Perfect. And we'll show this as we migrate over to the frame to the left of me. We'll show you that. The other thing I want to point out about the QD frame is it uses our same pretty much track and ball bearing system that we use on our more expensive frames. Right. So it runs on the ball bearing wheels. It has a nice double track on the front and the back. and it has a double track on the carriage, and so it has that professional track system that we use on our higher frames on this nice little cutie frame.
Right, and it's very smooth and
very
easy
smooth.
for you to use, so you're not going to get hung up
And
as you're quilting.
No, and that's one thing people always look at, like Karla's doing now when she's moving the carriage around. You see, and that's what a lot of people do, is move that carriage around, see how smooth that is, moving it back and forth. All right, so this frame, what table can it go on?
Any table. You can sit or stand, so it just depends on how you like to quilt.
Absolutely. Another question came from Kim. What is the primary function difference between the cutie frame and the Q-zone hoop frame?
This is portable, a little bit more portable. I mean, the Q-zone hoop frame is a smaller frame. It's smaller, it's a little more petite, but you're not losing any of the functions that you get on the Q-zone hoop frame when you go to the cutie frame. So it's just a little smaller, a little more portable than the Q-zone hoop frames.
Right. And the other difference with that is the Q-zone hoop has legs attached to it, so then you can put it up. The cutie frame right now is meant to go on a table, and you could also purchase legs at another point if you wanted legs to go with the cutie frame. And then there's other subtle changes or differences between the Q-zone hoop and the cutie frame. For the most part, though, the process is the exact same between the two.
Right.
All right.
The quilting process has not changed.
Right. All right. Deanna would love to get this frame. How can I find it? If my domestic machine will fit with it, I have a Bernina 770.
Yeah.
Yep.
It'd be a great fit.
Yeah. So most machines that are domestic machines up to 19 inches will fit on the cutie frame. Those who have stitch regulation or a foot pedal, they can fit right on there. And the width. So the width of this, on the top plate here, we have machine clamp that hold the machines in place. And it's about 11.5 inches wide for the body of the machine. So as long as your machine is 11.5 inches wide, the front, it doesn't matter because it fits right on the top of this platform.
And you can extend this arm out. So if you have 11 or 12 or even 13 inches, like some of the Bernina machines, you can pull this front pole out and it'll accommodate that quilting area for the length of your throat on your machine. So it's a great little frame.
Absolutely. Great question. And that's, again, going back to the whole transition piece. For those who have the Bernina 770 or even like the Juki 2010s or the Nomi 1600 or these smaller machines, the transition to go from those smaller machines. And again, this will fit up to most domestic machines as long as it fits in that 11.5, which most machines do. You can transition to our 15-inch machine or 19-inch machine afterwards.
Right. And you'll just place your foot pedal down beneath, and that's how you'll run the machine. So you'll sit down, put your foot pedal down, and then just to show you how it works, like you've seen on the videos, you'll bring your handles out, and the handles are adjustable, so you can pull them out to extend, and you can work from the front or the back. So I pull it out because I don't want to be up too close, and you can adjust them up or down depending on how you like to quilt, and then just move it across the machine, across as your quilt. Then you get to the edge, and then you'll just shift your fabric.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. So now, Karla, the setup. Let's go over, look at this other frame. This other frame that we have set up as well, it has the fabric already attached to it and other things that we can show. This is a very simple frame to put together. Yes. It's not hard at all. It would take some time, but it's not a challenging time. It's very simple. Okay. All right. So, Kay, how about the Continental M7 and the
It's a
Nomi?
great fit.
Yep.
So I don't know about the Janome 158. It's a yes too. It's a top embroidery machine, so yes, it will work.
Absolutely. Okay, so now we already have the fabric on. You can see what Karla talked about before, these bungees that keep the fabric nice and rolled up. So it keeps it nice and clean. You talk about a hoop style frame where fabric will go over the sides and drape, and that may be the case as it goes over the side over this way, but at least from the front and the back, it keeps it all rolled up so it's very clean.
Yeah.
All right, so let's kind of show them how easy that was. Let's take those off.
Okay. We just had a little test piece of fabric here because we're showing you the tension video, but what we can do is take this piece off, sew a little bit, and then shift the fabric so that you can see how easy it is to quilt.
And as you brought up that, excuse me, Karla, shifting the fabric. That's one that people always ask is how easy is it to shift the fabric? Is it hard? Is it complicated?
Nope.
Shifting the fabric on the cutie frame or even the Q-zone hoop frame for that matter, it is very simple. Especially when you've already quilted, you can see the design, and that pretty much helps you line up your pattern as you're going left to right anyway. So as you can see it, you know if you're going up on an angle or down on an angle. But for the most part, that doesn't matter either because you're going to continue to quilt in that same direction. So it may look like that, but when you take it off, it's going to be all perfect. All right, Jenny, do you need any cloth leaders?
You can use cloth leaders. If you have them, they just act as an extra extension of your quilt, so you can quilt all the way to the edge. If you do not use cloth leaders, you will have to make your backing that much wider and that much longer. So it will act as the cloth leaders. So you want to be able to quilt to the edge of your top. So the cloth leaders are nice, but they are an accessory that you can purchase with this frame.
Absolutely. And then also with that, talk about cloth leaders, Karla, real quick, bungees. So bungees is another accessory that you can get for this frame that will give you the side tension that you need. So come with the bungee clips that are already coming with the frame, and then you can get the bungees if you would like. If not, that is fine as well. But we have those at a great price that you can get with the cutie frame.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's some accessories that come with it that are needed, but those are optional accessories. So it just kind of makes it nice. And so we're just going to turn on the machine and we're going to quilt across, and then I'm going to shift it to show you how quick and easy it is to shift. Thread broke there. So anyway, we're going to stop.
We're going to go ahead and let's move that now.
Now move it out of the way.
Out of the way. And this is how simple it is.
Shift it. Now I'm going to just take my top clamps off first so that I can shift it down.
And I'm going to point out the obvious as she's doing this. It is an easy one-person job.
Yeah, just put your clamps where you remember where you stashed them. And then I'm just going to shift it down, my fabric down. Sometimes I will leave my needle and where I stopped, and I'll just gently pull it so that I can finish off the next section. Let me get my foot down under there. All right. And now I'm just going to reclamp it. We'll pretend like I have moved my fabric all the way, and we're just going to clamp it back in place. And our name is on there, so you'll see which direction you need to clamp them.
You do make this look so easy though, Karla.
Yeah, I've had lots of practice on the cutie frame. I didn't get this one down quite far enough. And then I'll show you how they ratchet. Whoops, upside down. Okay, so now I can just ratchet it, give it a little more tension on it. There we go. And now I'm just going to roll them up and clamp them back into place, and make sure that you clamp in all of the clamps.
So
as you're moving across.
Yeah. And so let's get this question real quick, and then I have a comment. So Sheila is asking, do you need to baste the quilt before you load it?
Now, I don't like to baste, okay? So I don't baste. But if you feel more comfortable and feel better about basting your quilt, you can spray baste or baste it. So it's totally up to you and how you like to quilt.
And that's a good question. That's a lot of the questions we get as well with basting and on there. So the other obvious thing with the hoop frame is that we're hooping the fabric instead of rolling it on the rails. And so there is just a little more of a time that you would need to get on the fabric, but when you're done adjusting it, so it's not like you're rolling it on the back rail. So you will just simply move it on or move it around. And it doesn't take that long. So it's not like you're sacrificing a lot coming from a hoop frame, especially if you can't get one of those large rolling rail frames into your room here. So, all right, so as we go ahead and get the machine, we're going to thread the machine. Is there any other questions that we could answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a great question. We talked about the domestic machines that can fit on this this frame. Please call in, or you can chat in with the machine compatibility as well. So I'm Pat, will my FOF quilter? Yeah, 4.2 fit. So yes, on that. Again, the domestic machines, any machine really up to 19 inches. So if your machine is, I'm going to have you guys ask this question to yourself. Is my machine 6 inches? Is it 8 inches? Is it 9 inches? Is it 11? Is it 12? Is it 13? Again, if your machine fits in any of those sizes, then absolutely it will fit on to this cutie frame up to 19 inches. And the last thing I want to point out is on the width. So ask yourself, is my machine 11.5 inches wide? If it is bigger than that, then it won't fit on the bottom base. But if it's narrow, then yes, it will. So again, those are great questions, and ask yourself, what kind of machine do I have? If it's up to 19 inches, it'll work great.
Sorry, it got wrapped around there, so Karla's.
No, that's all right. What other questions do we have? We're looking pretty good. Okay, so the cutie frame, Karla, as you're doing that, again, wonderful to start out.
Yes.
As a hobby, we have those who sit down and move in their fabric through the throw of the machine, and this is a great segue into pretty much turning your domestic machine into a long arm. And it's a great way to kind of get that tested. So if you are new to quilting, or if you have a sit down and you're not familiar with the whole long arm process, what a great way to start by using your own machine. And at that point, you're becoming familiar with what it's like moving the machine on top of the fabric instead of moving the fabric underneath the machine. And that is another one of those key points on quilting, is quilting and comfort, being able to do free motion designs. And it's a lot easier to move your machine on top of the fabric instead of trying to move the fabric underneath the machine. And Karla, this isn't much bigger than a sit-down table anyway, right?
No, And you know what's nice about being able to sit down and quilt, something that I really enjoy as I'm working with this right here. And I like that it's a small area. I like quilting in a specific area and then shifting my quilt. It just makes it a little more compact. And it makes it really easy for you to just hone in and do that little section and then move on as you're quilting. So.
Absolutely.
Man, I'm just having all sorts of a great time here.
It is having.
Right.
I'm going to come in for just a minute here,
Okay.
the two of you here. I want to kind of just share a couple things. One is that we're getting a lot of questions again on machine compatibility. Really, to be very simple, if your machine's a domestic, you need to be able to make sure to lower your feed dog or have a 0 stitch motion, because free motion doesn't work if the feed dogs are underneath grabbing the fabric. So that's a key consideration. The width of your machine, we actually can fit pretty much all of the domestic machines that are out there. There are several from multiple brands, and some of them do have the wider base. What's nice about this particular setup on the Cutie is there aren't handles that go up and over, so that those machines can be a little bit wider and they sit on the base. In fact, when we go back here to the camera, I think it would be great to show you the carriage itself. They're going to take it off the table to show you how easy it is to put on the table, how easy it is to take off the table. And then from front to back, what I think maybe we can ask them to do is show us how easy it is to pull the rail out and in. So the rail actually adjusts based on the length of your frame. So those are some real key things that we get a lot of questions about. And I think it's, if we can kind of go back there, let's go ahead and have them demonstrate a couple of those key things for us here.
Yeah, we did that by simply taking these caps off. All right. So real quick, again, moving the rail out for the larger throat machines, there's no tool needed. We're simply going to bring up this clip and let's bring out the arm. Very simple.
And let's go ahead and bring that back in. And it's the same to take the rail out to the throat of the machine. It has this top side here that you can just slide off. Again, no tool needed. And then that will bring your rail right out. And now, let's look at how easy this is to take on and off the table. Because let's say you do want to store it. It is very light. And let's go ahead and take this off. I'm just going to leave that right there.
You want this off?
Yeah, let's go take this off. Okay, so if we want to store this, just simply could take this off as well. And then we could just simply move the top plate and the bottom. I'm going to bring these forward. I'm going to show everybody this top plate. So this top plate is where your machine will actually sit. So right here, we have the stabilizers for your machine. In your machine, this is where the 11.5 comes into play. So this will hold your machine in. So your machine will sit on this top plate. So it's very sturdy. And then let's go ahead and we're going to move this. All right, I'm going to show real quick on the handles. So most machines, you either got to purchase rear handles. On the Cutie frame, it's nice that you can go from front to back. And so here's the front handles, or here's the handle. I say front, it's facing towards the front. And you can simply loosen the knob right here on the side. Then you can pull the handles out. And then these now can go on the back end. There's 2 holes back here that these will go back in here. And now you can have rear handles on the back side. And trying to do this one-handed is very challenging, but there you go. Yeah, then you tighten it back down again. So now you have the rear handles from the front and back. And so very easy to change.
And they also adjust this way.
Yes. Yes, thank you. So you can pretty much now quilt in comfort from adjusting to where you want, from sitting to standing, working from behind, working from the front. And then as we look at storing this frame, I want to simply just take this off. Because we can just see from the cameras, it's not that thick and it's not that heavy. And so now we can take it and store it underneath your bed or in the closet or against the wall. And then when we're ready to quilt again, we can just bring it back out. But
it's sturdy and stable because it has these rubber grips. And if you think it's going to move and shift on you as you're quilting, it's not. As I had that worry, and I just could not believe how stable and the stability using this frame. It's not going to move on you whatsoever. Once it's in place with your machine on it, it's not going anywhere.
Yep, perfect. All right, let's go ahead and put this back on. And there you go. All right, do we have any other questions?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was going to keep the both of you there for a minute. Let's just go ahead and quickly see what other questions anybody else might have. There have been a couple questions, Karla and Mark, as we've gone through this and you've demonstrated them. People wanted to know, can you use like pantographs? The same question might be with the plastic pattern perfect sets. And then again, maybe answer that question. Then I'm going to come back one more time with the scope of the size of the quilts and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. Will be available for your machine. You can trace lasers. The table that your Cutie frame sits on will act like the tabletop to put your patterns down. So if you're using paper patterns or our plastic pattern perfect set, that will go right down there as well. You can do most accessories from the other machines, like your ruler work. If you have a ruler base, you can do the ruler work as well. What other accessories can we use with the Cutie frame? I guess it depends on the machine.
Right, it does. It depends on the machine. I did a little video if you want to go look for it on using the laser with the Cutie frame. So yeah.
Absolutely. So what size is the table that we have the frame on now? So this is just it's probably a little over 5 feet, or maybe just right at 5 feet. This table, the Cutie frame, is 4 feet. So this is probably a 5-foot table. You want at least about 33 inches base for your Cutie frame to sit on, and then anything longer to hold your Cutie frame overall. And what's nice about the size of 4 feet is you can do any size of quilt on there.
Right.
So just like the Q-zone hoop, you can do a king, you can do a queen crib. The size of quilting does not matter And that's what's nice is you're not sacrificing or giving up the ability to do large quilts just because you have a smaller frame.
No, you're not. And just because you have to shift the fabric, it doesn't take you any time whatsoever to shift the fabric.
Yeah, one thing is we're looking at this, they're putting back on that top rail. The key thing that we've done with a lot of this was really looking to help make sure that it's kind of a toolless process. Like once the frame has been built, you can just actually slide to take the rail on and off. You can release a cam to extend that rail to the front, out, or in, to lift and raise it, because we know that a lot of your machines, if you think about your machine, and just take a minute here and think through this, you're gonna say, oh, I love this machine. That's the one I would use with this. What's nice is it adjusts. So regardless of the machine, you might start using this and find that you have another preferred machine. The height of those rails can adjust. As Mark and Karla talked about, one of the great things about this is, think about this right now. Right now, it's at an amazing price. It's $689 for this frame. If you've ever thought like, boy, I wish there was a way that would allow me to make finishing quilts easier. And if you've ever taken your fabric and you've pushed it through the throat of your machine and you wound it, I'm going to ask right now, put in a comment. I'm curious to see, put a 1 in the comments. Have you tried to finish a quilt on your domestic machine, and as you were doing this, you thought there has to be a better way? Like think about that. If that's you, put a 1 in there. I'm pretty sure there's a lot. I've done this one time as I was working through something, and I found that the fabric, it's heavy. You'll find that it's stress on the body and your arms. The pooling or the puddling is a little bit of a difficult thing. And I love this. I'm seeing all these coming through. Thanks, Missy. Thanks, Beth. Thanks, Judas. There's a lot of people. Apparently, you've been there. So think about this. If that's you, this doesn't necessarily, it simplifies the quilting process, because it actually takes that fabric management out of your hands. And it means that you no longer have to go ahead and do the struggle. And so that's what this does. It actually gives you a slight bit of more quilting space. Now, this is weird. Like, why? My machine's not bigger. No, it's not. But Karla was showing you, as the fabric clips on top of it, it actually, if there's a rail here, that fabric rests right on top. And that fabric can actually move out of the way of the machine when it gets closer to it. So what's really nice, instead of always worried about struggling and holding it, those bungees help make it and hold that quilt fabric together. And then when the machine comes towards that area, that fabric actually can move out of the way without the surface moving. So you actually end up with a little bit more quilting space. Now, let me throw this out there to everybody. I love talking this. Let me first ask this. Give me a number 2 if you have more than one unfinished object, UFO, one unfinished quilt top in the room in your closet. I'm curious to know. And I'm going to give me a 2. And then here's another question. Give me a 3 if you have more than 5 unfinished tops. And I'm curious if there's anybody that can give me, do you have more than 10? Do you have more than 10 unfinished quilts? Throw a 10 in there. I'm curious to see where we're sitting with all of our comments. I know if it's you, you probably have 1. I know you also are in your mind, you're working through, oh, my next project would sure be great. But then you're like, oh, I want to go buy some new fabric, but I have this fabric stash. Well, I'll tell you, something simple like the cutie frame is a great way to start to give you a chance to make it a little easier to complete those quilts. You can give it to the ones you've been working on. I hear this story. I've been working on my grandson's quilt for 2 years. I've been working on it for 3 months. And you're either going to go pay somebody to do it, or you can own the whole process and you can finish it. So now is the chance, if you thought about this, to look at buying this frame. It is light. It doesn't have to dedicate a full space in your home. You can store it like we've showed you. And it's one of the reasons we created this. We were really excited. It's been a process in works with our hoop frames for a long time. So the hoop quilting process means you can do up to king size, and you can do that at the 4 foot or the 4.5 foot size, this little cutie frame at 4 feet, and you can do it in the space that you already have. And this is where I was going to go earlier. Just so you know, I always like to talk about this. This leads you into something else. If you start to find that you're enjoying and you're able to finish more quilts, the next thing we usually ask is, how do we do this even easier? What is the next step? And I will tell you, you're going to get to a point that once you start to love this, you'll probably find a dedicated place. And yes, we do have some legs available that you can purchase. They're height adjustable that you can then use to make this and give it a permanent home. But you're going to probably say, I wonder what that machine will be. And what's really wonderful is you can continue to use your domestic. You can find another one if you want to purchase a secondary one that you kind of make as a permanent home on this. But the 15-inch machines we have that are wonderful, you're going to end up with a lot more quilting space than 19-inch machines. All of those work on the system, so it does not require for you to buy any other accessories. And so that's one of the great things about what Grace Company has done, is it gives you a platform to build on, to have you start to enter into getting the tools that make it easier, and then you can build on that. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to kind of go back to Mark and Karla. I want to do some Plinko giveaway, if you're okay with that. So I want to do some Plinko giveaway. Then what I would like to do is once we're done with this here really quick, we really wanted to walk through some of the quilts. And then following this, we have our big giveaways. We're really excited for everybody who pre-registered. We have some lucky winners on some pretty big giveaways that we'll be doing following us kind of reviewing some of these quilts. And again, just thanks for everybody who's registered. Thanks for being with us. We still have a lot of people here who've been with us. We know a lot of people, you can't be with us all day. We love to have you with us any part of the day that you can. And we're excited about the other things that we have coming up here a little bit later. But Mark and Karla, let's go ahead and come over to the Plinko. And I'm kind of going to get ready here. We're going to get ready to ask a question, and I'm going to go to Mark first and see what question Mark would have, and then we'll have Karla, you drop in the Plinko for a couple of our lucky winners. So let's go ahead and do some quick draws to see what we can find out there. So Mark, what's a good question that you should ask?
Regarding the cutie frame, Nathan, let's go ahead and ask this question, because we get a lot of this still, and I want to know how many people know the answer to this. I guess what machine size can fit on the cutie frame? Now that's a broad question, but we kind of went over it a couple of times. But what machine size, from the smallest to the largest, and then the width?
So are you saying like up to what size machine can fit on this?
Up to what size,
okay.
and kind of the smaller size, up to what size, and then on the yeah, let's just keep it at that. Up to what size of machine can you fit on the cutie frame?
Yeah, no, lots of answers.
All right, here I'm going to kind of come back in. Yeah, I see a ton. I'm going to go to kind of the first question. The thought that came as an answer to me, Mark, was really, well, how big of a machine can fit on this? And I'm going to go ahead and we're going to pull out this one. This is one of the first answers that came through on the Facebook side. Debbie N. Senia Howley. Holly? Debbie N. Senia Howley. There you go. Well, by the way, Mark, is that a correct answer? Up to?
Up to 19 inches.
19, yeah, there we go. Woo! So congratulations, Debbie, on that one. With that, let's go ahead and drop a Plinko in. Let's wait. Can we get, are we there?
My comfort cutter.
Comfort cutter.
Woo! And then can I do us a favor? So this is, Mark, tell us a little bit about this comfort cutter here.
Yeah, the comfort cutter is our ergonomic cutter. It's shaped as such to keep the pressure off of your whole cutting arm, literally from your hands to up to your shoulder. So it's our comfort cutter. It's the best comfort cutter on the market, and I'm not just saying that. I truly believe that. But yeah, it's a comfort cutter. It's a 45 millimeter.
Can we add a 5-pack of blades for as well? How about if we throw that in on top of that? Does that work?
Yes, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So with that, I want to kind of come back and remind those as we're doing this with the winners really quick. What we're asking you to do is go ahead and email Jana. If you haven't been with us earlier today, as we did some giveaways, these live giveaways, we're looking to do this within the contiguous 48 states, which is the U.S. continental 48 states here. And we're going to have you email Jana, JANNA @graceframe.com. If you'll go ahead and kick her an email, we're going to go ahead and get you that prize. We're going to go back in. We wanted to go ahead and choose our next winner. So that was Debbie again. Let's go to my next platform, and here we go. Here is our next winner. And Mark, is this a correct answer?
19, that is correct. Congratulations, Janice.
All right.
So, oh, yeah, woo! All right, thank you.
What is it going to be?
Square ruler set.
Nice. And that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one, Nathan, the square ruler set, that involves all of our square rulers. So we have 12.5 square, 9.5 square, and 6.5 square. So you get those 3 square rulers in a set. That's fantastic. And I'm probably sure it'll be something else. Let's wait for Nathan here.
Yeah, let's throw on some true grips.
Yeah, there it is.
Let's go ahead and let's put 3 true grips on those, which will give her probably enough between 4 and 5 rulers. So I'm guessing, Jana, if you're with us, not Jana here. Sorry, or my winner was again. Here we go, Janice. Yeah, here you go, Janice. I'm guessing you probably most likely have more than 1 ruler. 2 rulers, 3 rulers, 5 rulers, right? And so I'm excited to see that. So again, email Jana, Janna @graceframe.com. And then I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to some of these numbers really quick. Remember how I asked this question to throw me a 1 with the quilts you have here? So I had a lot of people. Oh, I did have somebody come through. We had Luis. So this means Luis Charlton. She is a person that we're saying if you don't have a quilting system, I think you're in a great position to get one potentially. So throw out some encouragement. But we have some people who have a lot of unfinished. We had some 5s in there, some 2s, some 9s, 12 quilts in there, 10s. There's a 20er. There's a person who has 20.
20 quilts.
Love doing 8s, 3s, 2s. A lot of people that fell in that 1 and 2 category and that 3 category. So that was really fun. Thanks for participating with this. I'm going to encourage you to do more. Keep on going, keep on piecing them. In fact, Karla, I didn't get to talk about this. This is a Karla design. I realize this. I forget. I'm sitting here in front of this beautiful quilt, and I might be
kaleidoscope quilt.
I might be giving it away. I don't know. Did you do a project on this, or is there
Yeah,
one?
we did on my Tuesdays.
Yeah, so
webinars.
it's
Yes.
just beautiful. So sorry, I'm sitting here and I keep on thinking I get to sit in front of this beautiful quilt. Karla, hey, I need a background. Do you have a quilt? Of course, she has 50 of them. So it's fun and wonderful. With that, let's go ahead and Karla and Mark, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and bring up the quilt show, and I'm curious to see and get some of your thoughts as we kind of look through some of this. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this up. I'm going to keep us on the side as we look through. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to spend the next few minutes here getting into and just looking at a couple of these categories. I am curious to see those of you who are with us as we're walking through this, as we get ready to kind of do our draws here coming up shortly. Just curious, I'm curious to see the comments as we bring these up. What do they make you think about? We'll read a couple stories. Karla and Mark, what I'm looking for is maybe we can kind of go between the two of you as I pull up a quilt. We can kind of read the comments and briefly talk about that if you're okay with that. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go into I love these categories, by the way. Spring chicken, sky's the limit, color pop, modern mayhem, hand to heart, and full bloom. So wonderful. Jenny on our Marketing Simplify team, them and their team, they're creative. I love their creative juices. So that's some wonderful. We're going to go to spring chicken. Let's see what we have in spring chicken here. And I'm just going to kind of start to scroll down and look at a couple of these. Let's just go ahead and pop open one of our first ones. And again, as we're looking at this, let me just quickly show you, if you're viewing these and you're looking at them, right up top here, you can click on this, and this is how we're going to be doing the giveaways for the quilts is by the votes. And so we're going to encourage you to reach out to those that you know, your loved ones. Yes, go ahead, paste these on your social media, your Facebook, etc. But go ahead and vote on it. So Mark, why don't you go ahead and share this one a little bit? It just has a little bit of a simple description for us on that one.
Yeah, so the description on this is simple but elegant baby quilt, pattern available from Annie's Quilts. And the technique she used was free motion quilting and rulers. That is pretty amazing, amazing, by the way. Free motion and ruler work on that. And that was from, you scroll up a little bit, Nathan, real fast. I was going to see the Scrappy Hearts quilt is a name. So that technique you use, free motion and rulers, that's amazing when I look at that.
I look at that too, and it looks like it's comfortable and soft. And it almost looks like it could be double stacked with batting. Probably not, but that sure looks very nice.
No, it looks good.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Again, there's so many of them. It's going to be hard to choose and select a couple. I think this is cute here. This is a little fun Mickey and Minnie Mouse one. Karla, why don't you go and kind of read and work?
Don't ask me to read it, Nathan.
We'll have Mark do that.
I'll read it with my eagle eyes here.
All right.
So this is I Love Mickey, and the description is, this was almost all flannel from my quilting friend. It's so soft and cuddly. I was gonna say it does look soft, and Mickey Mouse, yeah, very cuddly.
Flannels, yes.
And then the technique she used was sewing machine quilted. So I would take that as probably free motion.
Yeah, probably.
Free motion, yeah.
With that too, one thing I wanted to show everybody here is, if you look at this again, if you've uploaded a quilt, we would encourage you, add a couple extra pictures, because it's great. I know a lot of people are wondering, boy, what does that pattern look like on the back? And then you can give us a couple different shots, far away or closer. It just really gives everybody a chance to just understand, part of what you're doing as a quilter and part of what you're loving, what you love. It helps us see a little bit. So I just encourage that as you're going throughout that. We're going to kind of here look at another one here.
Thank you. The colors are great.
Well, now this one looks kind of fun. Let's take a look at this. It looks like we have some friends here on this one. Go ahead, Mark.
All right, sleepy critters. Yeah, there's some critters on there. Some happy, tired friends on that quilt right there. The description: this quilt was made for my grandson. That's fantastic. The quilting echoes the pattern in the colored fabric and is ruler quilted. So that's what it looks like she did throughout the whole quilt was templates and
she appliqued those on. So kudos, love to applique.
Yeah.
Very, very sweet.
I love the critters in there.
Very original too. So I love original quilts.
Yes.
All right, let me go ahead and pull up another one. Again, this would be one that'd be interesting to see a little bit on that close-up, right? Like I love that. There's a Pooh Bear one. Look, this one looks like a grandma's flower garden here. Let's take a look at this one a little bit.
Grandmother's garden. So
yeah.
The description on this one: this grandmother's garden quilt was completely hand stitched. That is good job on the hand stitch, Karla. Karla could all.
I love hand stitched quilts, and we can all appreciate the hard work and the dedication to getting all those little pieces done.
Yeah,
Kudos.
absolutely. And quilted just inside of each hexagon.
Wow.
So,
Karla, are you working on any paper piecing projects right now? Let me just ask that question.
I have a lot of projects I'm working on, so I can totally relate with all of the quilters that have more than one project. We get a little bored, and so we move on to something else, and we'll eventually get back to those ones and get them finished. So that's the way it works in the quilting world.
It is. I love hearing that. I'm going to kind of scroll through this a little bit quicker because I would like to get into a couple other categories as well. Let me see this one. I'm curious. I'm wondering if this one tells us how this one was done. Go ahead and read through this one, Mark.
yeah, happy elephant. Yeah. In order to view this quilt, participants must be registered and logged in. All right. Oh, sorry. We already knew that.
All right. Mute Mark. Mute Mark. Oh.
Sidetrack there.
I'm making sure everybody's awake. Make sure I'm awake. So let's. All right. So the description, obviously, yeah, you got to view it anyway.
Oh, it's a panel.
The elephant panel,
cool.
Hobbs, 80/20 batting, Mickey backing. So that is going to be very soft.
Minky backing. Yeah, it's
Minky
the soft
batting.
minky
That is very
backing.
soft. Yeah, the Minky blankets
I actually
are.
can see some.
Yeah, there you go. So she used free motion and ruler work on this one as well.
Now that also takes a little
sweet.
bit of a finesse. That Minky's a little bit more soft. I did a quilt that had a shag Minky back, and this was, by the way, like a Super King, and it had a flannel top. That took some time to work through that. I did it with a larger machine, and I did an automated. I have a Camaro. I did 6 of them going down the front, but I'll tell you that one was a challenge to not allow that fabric to kind of get with the foot to push it to fold it over. So take some time. So working with Minky is not quite as easy as a lot of people think when it takes. In fact, Karla is going to show us an amazing quilt that she did with some Minky as well, which is really good. I'm going to go ahead and pop back out. But as everybody can see, there's just so many things, so many beautiful quilts in this category alone. Let's go ahead and move out to my other category here really quick. I just want to get into one more category so we can see this. Give me a minute. Let's go back here and let's move into the one that I thought sounded really interesting here is our Mayhem.
Oh, good, because
Modern
there's
Mayhem.
a quilt from Tuesdays that somebody did in this one.
Nice.
So,
Modern Mayhem.
the So Easy quilt. I got really excited when I saw that. Like,
Here we are, Modern Mayhem. It's going to take a minute to pull this up, I think. So here we're going into it. And we're going to take a look at these. Now, Karla, what was that again? You just mentioned to all of us again on what you were seeing?
So in my webinars, I came up with a triangle 60-degree ruler design that is called So Easy. And one of our entries is made with that pattern. So it's kind of fun to see that. So thank you. Hopefully it'll load out.
Yeah, hopefully. So while I'm kind of waiting for that to pull up, let me just kind of go back and just encourage everybody. We're going to get here quickly into part of our giveaways, which we're really excited. Maybe, Mark, I'm going to have you, as this is working through this really quick, tell me a little bit about the big prize, and that is the 15. And I'm going to throw this out there really quick. The lucky winner isn't just going to be getting the 15R. I want to upgrade that to the 15 Pro, by the way.
Ooh,
nice.
So I'm just going to bring that note out for that lucky winner. And I think we have an option of what particular frame they have a choice, but maybe walk through really quick what that package is going to be, and then maybe briefly walk through part of what is in the master cutting collection from the cutting one that we're going to be giving away as well.
Good, Karla, on the machine package.
Oh, I don't know everything that's going on in mine.
So the machine, Nathan, you're talking about the 15 Pro, right?
Oh, yeah,
The
touch
15 Pro?
screen and faster machine, smooth. You're going to love it. It's a good upgrade, and thank you, Nathan, for upgrading them to it, because they're going to love quilting that much more.
Touchscreen on there, and then it could go with any frame. So the 15 Pro can be purchased with any frame. Yeah, the queen hoop or the cutie, or the queen hoop or cutie on that package. And then also this month has the quilters kit in there. So the quilters kit has the ruler base, the hopping feet, bobbins and needles in that quilters kit. So it's about a $300 value.
And do they get some rulers with that?
They do. They get the question.
The wedge.
The 3 a day rulers. Yeah.
And you'll love those. Those you can create so many fun, unique designs. So it's a great little system.
Yeah, that's a $300 quilters kit value for free. So the ruler base again, the hopping foot set, the 3 a day rulers, and the bobbins and needles. So that's with the 15 Pro with the cutie frame, cues on queen frame, or the cues on hoop.
And we're going to let you decide which frame you want.
That's right.
So that's an added perk.
That's right. Choose which one works best. And then as far as the True Cut side with the Master Cutting Collection, that has all pretty much of what you need in this Master Cutting, from all the rulers, the comfort cutter, the mat, the non-slip pad, extra blades, true grips, and the list goes on. So that can be found on the website as well. But the Master Cutting Collection gives you all that you need on that set. So again, the 15 Pro with the hoop of your choosing, you get the quilters kit, $300 value for free. And then the Master Cutting Collection that you get all what I mentioned, from the rulers, comfort cutter, mat, non-slip pad, blades, true grips. That's also the one of the winners. So yeah, fantastic on those.
Several amazing things.
Yes. That's what we're all about.
Right.
Grace Company. All right.
Were you able to get it loaded? Oh,
Thumbs
good.
up.
Yeah.
Because we can continue to talk.
Yes.
Burn some time.
We're good. I think we're finally good. I hope so. Thanks for helping out. Thank you, quilters, for staying with us as we've gone through that. Coming back to those kits, we're looking at getting a couple pictures too. In fact, while we're still trying to look at in fact, let's do this. Let's go ahead and talk. And I have the giveaways that we're going to do, because it looks like it's still getting into the quilt show is going to take a couple more minutes. But Bryant, do you have, and let's see if our background, if we have that Master Cutting Collection that we can put up in front of everybody, if that might be an option. I'm not sure if we're quite there yet. But what I'd like to do is I want to show you these two different sets, and then we're going to announce who these winners are. And then we're going to do a couple other live. I want to do a couple more Plinko options here for some of those that are watching with us. And we have quite a few. So we have some other wonderful things that we're going to be doing as part of this giveaway. Let me kind of give you a list of what these things are. So that 15R, which we're going to be upgrading to the 15 Pro machine. So that's a 2,000 stitch a minute machine. That's 15 inches from the needle to the back of the throat, fully stitch regulated with that touchscreen. One thing that's really nice with our Pro systems is it gives you quite a bit of additional control. You can set like minimum speeds and maximum speeds. You can turn it on when it's in stitch regulated mode, that it will either stop or not stop when you go to finish part of the quilting. It has manual and basting, and it has a couple other wonderful things that just make that really a premium product to be able to have. A lot of our customers, it's actually one of our most popular machines. People love it because the size seems very approachable. It's usually one of the first machines that quilters move into when they start to look at ways of finishing their own quilts. And so that combo, again, as Mark mentioned, you can select 1 of 3 tables. If you don't have a lot of room, then we would recommend getting one of the hoop style frames that will allow you to put that in about a 4 to 4.5 foot space. If you have a little more room, you can get the queen frame option as part of what that is. And then Mark mentioned that there's a lot of those other great things that we're going to be doing as well regarding the kit with the rulers, the ruler base. So that's a pretty nice combination. And whoever gets it will be very, very fortunate to be able to have that. One of the other prizes we're going to do, again, a couple others that are not quite as great as that, but we're going to do a light bar. We have a luminous light station. Those light stations and the ones we're looking at doing, it's a 5 foot, so it works great over your cutting tables, or if you have a hoop frame, you can put that light station. It also has the way for you to be able to take those legs off of the bottom as well, so it can actually sit up on top of something. It does come with casters, so this is a fantastic, it's about a $500 value, so, well, $450, $449 is the value of this one that we're going to be giving away also. And then that master cutting collection, we have that one that we can get up there. This is that master cutting collection, and these are all of the items. One of the reasons we put this together is we're thinking, hey, if you had an ideal first set of something that you were going to be getting, what is that, and what should it include, and then what does that give you the capability of being able to do? So this one again comes with the straight cutter, several rulers. You'll see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rulers. The 360 circle cutter is part of that. A 5-pack of true grips to make sure you have them for all of your different rulers. And then we also have the electric sharpener as part of what this is. And this is a little over, just under a $300 value, so $292 value. And then we're also going to be giving away another what we call Quilters Combo 2 that actually has a longer ruler, an ergonomic cutter. That one also contains a true grips, and then we're going to give the electric sharpener away. So with that, let's kind of do this. Let's just do, let's go ahead and look at kind of working our way up the path on this. And so I'd like to go ahead and do some of the giveaways, and then we're going to kind of come back into the quilts. And then following that, we're going to have Karla get in to do a demonstration on a sneak peek on a new product that we're super excited. It's been really fun for her to work on. But with this, let's kind of do a drum roll. Brrr. What I would like to do is I am curious to, let's go ahead and give away the Quilters Combo and the True Sharp 2. And so, and then this is going to throw the two of you on a bit. What I would like to do is give away 1, 2, 3 items, and then I'd like to do some Flinkos, and then we'll give away the big item if that works for everybody.
That's great.
So on this one, again, this is an exciting one to have. I have this one queued up for us. This is going to be that Quilters Combo 2, which we can see in front of us. Go ahead and put that back up, Brian. Let's leave that up there for a second so we can see. And this is what we're going to be doing. So again, how these names, or who was able to win this, were any of those individuals who pre-registered for the show before we started this morning. We went through and we had a randomizer to go ahead and select a winner. And I am happy to say that the happy winner of this combo, again, this is the electric sharpener, this is the ergonomic cutter, the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and our true grips is, there we go, Cheryl Horanek. Cheryl.
Congratulations, Cheryl.
Yeah, wonderful. So what we're going to ask Cheryl, if you are out there, well, we actually have it. We're going to contact you, so we're good to go. No worries about emailing. We're going to be reaching out to you, Cheryl, to get some details so that we can go ahead and send you your prize. So everybody tell Cheryl congratulations again. Thank you, Cheryl. The next one I would like to do is the 5-foot light bar. And okay, this is about a $449 value. And okay, think about this. If you're out there and think your room that you're working in, whether it's a sewing room or a quilting room, and some of you might be fortunate, but most of us, where is the main light generally? Anybody want to tell me, Mark, where's a main light usually in a room?
Behind you, maybe just straight above, behind.
Yeah, usually it's like in the middle of the room, right? And then if your frame or your sewing machines are against the side, you might be fortunate to have a window. And I have a lot of people like, I don't need something like that because I quilt by my window. I'm like, well, what happens when the sun goes down? I'm like, that's nice, but like everybody can have more light, right? Like everybody wants more light. And so this is great for those. It's on casters. So we use them here in our showroom and other places. We'll wheel them over the cutting table. We'll wheel them over the frame. So you can use them over your cutting or over your sewing machines. And so this one, so the lucky winner of this is, and Bryant, you can leave that up there, I think. So we can kind of leave that up there. This will go in front of it. It's just a little bit hard to see, but the winner, Cindy Yost. So congratulations, Cindy. Again, we'll be contacting Cindy to get this sent out. Congratulations on that. All right, the next one. So let's do this. Let's bring back up that master cutting collection. And I can't tell you, if you were here earlier and you saw Karla do a demonstration on some of these tools, so you have the master cutting collection one there. So the other tools, Karla did an amazing job showing you the value of the tools that we have that make it easier for you to create straight lines, to reduce the stress on your arms and on your hands and on your wrists. And this kit as a whole helps do a lot of those things that allow you to finish, have finer lines and more accuracy, safety, and an ease of use with your cutting tools. And so the winner of this system, again, this is the full-on Quilter Master Cutting Collection that we have. It's a little over $290 worth of value that we're going to be giving away in this. And I'm just going to do this just because if we can take a note of this really quick, I'm going to have someone here behind the scenes take a note. I want to add the My Comfort Cutter. I'm thinking this going like, I'm wondering why I don't have the My Comfort Cutter in this. So let's add that to the list. You can get both a straight cutter and a My Comfort Cutter. So, all right, who's going to win? Voila! There we go. Luann Nollinger. So there we go. That's pretty fun and pretty exciting stuff from what that is. So what I want to do, let's do some plankos, and then we're going to give away, we're also giving away one of those cutie frames. So that's happening today. I've got them queued up as a winner, and then we're going to give away that 15 Pro combo.
Woo.
Really quickly, Mark, I'm going to ask you to come out with another quick question. Let's do the Plinko for 2 winners. Let's come back to the cutie. Let's go to Plinko for 2 winners. Let's come back for the big giveaway. How about that? Giveaway, giveaway, giveaway for live visitors. Giveaway, giveaway, giveaway for those who were pre-registered. Mark, throw me a question.
A question. Yeah, that's a good one. So the combo, the prize that involved the machine and the 3 frames was X, and then we upgraded you to what machine?
Yeah.
So you have to list both machines. What machine was it originally, and then what machine did we upgrade it to? So I need to see both names of the machine is the question.
Okay, so again, what is the machine we were going to give away, and then what did we upgrade it to? That's the question. We got the Plinko draw. Here we go.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh.
All right, I put my hand up like everybody can see. I got a winner. I've got a winner. Oh, wait, hold on. I might have like 5 winners here. Oh, wow.
Oh, close your eyes and throw a dart.
Oh, yeah. And again, we will just randomly kind of go down this list. So we have this one. We're going to give that first one, the Plinko, to Tom Eckery with the 15R to 15 Pro. That is what we're doing. We're going from the 15R, upgrading it to that 15 Pro as part of the package, which is awesome. I don't know why we wouldn't do that. Makes it fun, a little more fun if we just give you a little bit more here. So that's great. All right, who's Karla? Is she going to drop the Plinko?
She is right now.
Drop the Plinko.
The triangle set ruler. Yeah. There you go, Karla. Yes, Nathan.
Karla knows how this works. Great. Way to go. And you get true grips with it. So congratulations. With this, Tom, I'm going to reach out to you really quick and give you a quick heads up. Please give us an email or send us an email here. Let me pull it up to Jana. We need you to send it to Jana@graceframe.com, JANNA@graceframe.com. If you later on come through this and you say, hey, what was that again? Ping us. But again, everybody write this down, because if you're going to win one of our live draws, you'll need to email Jana, JANNA@graceframe.com. So that's a good one. But again, awesome. Way to go, Tom, with that one. All right, let me go ahead and we're going to find our next key one here. Let's go ahead and find, that was on YouTube. Let's go ahead.
Nathan, I want to just interject while you do that. I want to just reiterate again, those who won these live Plinko winnings, please in the email to Jana that you do put in there what you've won. That would really help us out. So again, please put the prize that you won to Jana's email. That's all. All right, let's go. Let's get the other person up there.
So Mark, what I'm looking for is the actual name, because we've had a couple people, and I would love to say we'd do another YouTube winner, but I'm trying to do it on both platforms because I know people say that it's not quite as easy to kind of do that on both platforms, if that's right. So I'm looking, and we're just going to
dart again. Put your finger.
Here it comes. It's so close to choosing the winner. Who's it going to be? Yep, there we go. There we go.
Patty. Congratulations.
All right, Plinko
All right,
it. Let's
here we
do
go.
this. Plinko.
The True Sharp electric sharpener.
That's a great one. You're going to love it. Mark, tell me why people love that electric sharpener.
Yeah, they love it because they save money. First and foremost, you're going to save money is the main reason you're going to love it. And it works. So you save money and it works. Very simple, very easy. You take it with you. You can charge your friends. You go to Quilt Guilds. Just kidding. Don't charge, charge your family member that you're not really fond of. I'm just kidding, but you do save money, and it is a fantastic win. It's one of our best-selling items because it absolutely does work, and again, you save money. So,
all right, so Patty, go ahead and send that your contact information out to Jana at graceframe.com. All right, so what I want to do is I want to go ahead and give away our cutie frame, and we're really excited. We've loved this product. It's been fun to have. It's been fun to see the different. In fact, I think I told a story here at work. About this product. I was on Instagram, I'm Facebook, I'm all flipping through it because I'm trying to look at our social channels, and of course I'm into quilting, right? So I get a lot of quilting videos coming my way, and I just loved it. All of a sudden I saw this lady, I wish I would have captured her name, but just looking to help people out, and she was really talking about just expect that you're going to get to a spot where you're going to say like, oh, what do I do? And that's okay. You can ask the question and just have confidence that you're going to be able to move past that to be able to finish quilting. And she had it on her cutie frame, and she just had it kind of tucked in the corner of her room. She had her camera set up to the side, and she was just telling everybody about it. And this is how it is, and this is how you use your machine. And I was smiling, by the way, because I'm pretty confident that the reason she has this is there just wasn't another option for her in the past. And this made it possible in her space to use her little machine that she was just going through and working through quilts. And then she wanted to share that to the world. So it's really been fun to hear the stories of individuals who have been able to pick up a product like this, to use it with your domestic machine. And it's also fun to see people as they migrate through your learning, as you migrate through your learning process as quilters and your tools. And so let's go ahead and kind of do this. We're going to do a little bit of a drum roll. We're excited. We're going to give away a cutie frame. And here we go. What is it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Cutie, cutie, cutie.
oh, that's the master cutting. That's the master. Oh,
just kidding. There we go. Oh,
oh, Sarah.
Everybody's excited. Let it. There you go. Thank you. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. There you guys. I was talking about the emotional roller coasters, and everybody's like, "That guy's having problems." So, not really, but again, just super excited to be able to give that away to Sarah. With that, we're glad to be able to have you as one of the winners here. What I want to do is let's go back to Karla. Do you have a question? Let's do one more Plinkle, one more live drawing for something on the Plinkle board, and then let's give away the big prize. Like, who else in the room? We have like 5 people here.
Oh,
I have a maybe I. Oh, here you go. In order to take your machine on and off of the cutie frame, what tools are required? That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Yes, it's that big open-ended tool that they need.
Oh, you can't hear me? Okay.
Here we go. Everybody's correct. We have a lot. There are no tools required because once the frame's put together, no tools are required to put your fabric off and on, to put your machine off or on, or to set the rails at the right height. It's all done and built into the frame. So none is a correct comment. So that is a correct piece with that. So let's come through here. We're
Your hands, I like that one.
Oh, one. Here, let's go. Let's throw this one out here. Here's the winner.
Oh, Ruth Ann.
Ruth Ann.
Nice job.
All right.
Is this a Plinko?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, where ruler set.
And Karla?
And what else? Yes.
All right, congratulations, Ruth Ann. Please make sure to go ahead and again, email Jana, Janna @graceframe.com. All right, and the next one we're going to quickly pop up here. We had several. Again, thanks everybody for commenting. We appreciate your participation. A lot of the nuns up there. Let's go ahead and pull this one here. Tammy King, congratulations, Tammy. By the way, pretty picture of that quilt there. So congratulations, Tammy King. Go ahead, let's throw the Plink one for her.
Oh, they're too sharp.
Nice. True Sharp 2 electric rotary blade sharpener.
Right.
Tammy, please email Janna, Janna @graceframe.com. All right, this is the moment we've been waiting for today, and we're here. The drawing's here. I'm looking. We've got a lot of people live. Thank you for being with us live today. I am going to put this pitch out there really quick in front of everybody. If you're here with us and if you've logged in and registered on the Grace Frame site, I'm going to encourage you to look. We have announcements that are going on there. We have access. We've had a lot of questions coming back up about coupons. Like we have some really great discounts on a lot of these True Cut items and some of the Grace Company items as well. So we have coupons for you. If you have questions about that, you can email us, you can chat us, you can also give us a call. If you're wanting some more of that, but you can access that. I'm going to talk with our group and see if I can click and access in your registration page to find that coupon page. I think that'll make it easier for you to find. But we have a lot of coupons and a lot of wonderful sales. Great promotions on that cutie frame that we just gave away. That is on sale for $689. Think about that. You can change the way you quilt by getting that tabletop frame, and you do not have to dedicate permanent space to it. Pretty darn amazing, and it's a great thing to have, a great one to be bringing into your home. And if you're looking at combo systems, 15s, 19s, and 21s, all those are on sale during this event. So I'd encourage you to reach out, look at what some of those amazing promotional prices are so that we can get you taken care of. So with that being it, the winner of the big prize, and Mark and Karla, go one more time. What are they winning? And I'm not sure, Brian, if we have a picture of this that we can put on the screen for everybody. The 15 machine with the selection of one of the three frames.
So let's just say what it is then.
Go ahead and walk through that.
Pro.
So the machine right behind me, which is kind of hard to see, but it's our 15 Pro.
It has a touch screen.
Has a touch screen. It stitches.
2000.
Yep, 2000.
Stitches.
I was like 2,000
miles per hour.
It's
Yeah.
fast.
It's fast. Yeah, 2,000 stitches per minute. And then the frame is either the cutie frame, the Q's on hoop frame, or the Q's on queen. So you get to choose your frame with this machine that we upgraded and the quilter's kit, right? So the quilter's kit is the ruler base, the hopping foot set, the 3 rulers to go with it, bobbins and needles, and that's about a $300 value for free. Yeah.
Awesome price.
That would be drum roll. We should get a real drum roll because my legs are hurting. All right. Tammy Humphreys.
Congratulations, Tammy.
Confetti.
There you go.
Nobody can hear me. Everybody's like, "What's going on here?" So here we go. This is
I see your mouth moving.
Yeah. So this is the kit again right here. This is the 15. She's also getting these accessories with it: the 3-foot hopping kit, the ruler base, a pack of 10 of bobbins. And these are the ones that you can wind on, so you can have them all you can pre-wind them before you begin projects. Needles, a pack of needles, and then we're giving you a 3-pack of Leah Days that kind of really gets you set up really nicely out of the gate. So this is a congratulations again to Tammy Humphreys. What I'm going to do is, congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and bring this back to me here for a minute while we're getting a couple things set up here. We're getting really excited to start moving forward and doing a presentation on a sneak peek on some things to come here from Grace Company. So I'm really glad to be able to share that with you here. But really quick, I'm going to go back, and I wanted to pop back into, again, these promotions really quick so that you can kind of see what those were. We did do a quick presentation on this cutie frame. We had a lot of questions. Please let us know if you have any others. You can call into our 800 number, and that's 1-800-264-0644. Let me put that on the screen. A lot of people want to know, well, how or where do we get some things? You can also visit us on our website at graceframe.com. And so I'd recommend that if you have other questions, you feel free to log on to our website as well. That's www.graceframe.com. Let me see if I can find that actually here. I'll put that up for everybody. Where are we at on that? Give me a minute here. Here we go. That is not it here. Thank you for your patience as we've been going through all of these different things here. Here we go. And this is our website here at graceframe.com. So www.graceframe.com, which is a great place for you to get information. There's also where we're going to find the coupons. There's where you're going to see the promotions from what that is. And so I wanted to kind of share with that. Again, we are including for this event, any machine that is purchased, they are on sale, but we're also including the special free accessory kit with each one. If you buy a 21 Pro, guess what? You're going to get this accessory kit for your 21 Pro. If you buy the 19, or if you're moving up to a 19, great, wonderful. You'll get that accessory kit for free as well. If you're moving into the 15, you're going to get that accessory kit as well. And so I'm just going to kind of let you look at some of these prices. We do have machines that are on sale, and these would be a machine only, and then you can add your frame to it. $31.99. That would be a starting price that we have on the 15M. That's an amazing price. Think about that. $3,200 gets you into a mid-arm sewing machine, a quilting machine. $37.99 would put you into our mid-arm 15R machine that is stitch regulated. And then the 15 Pro moves up to $4,499. And again, that would be the one that we actually just gave away. So congratulations, lucky winner on that one. That is the 15 that we have that is fully stitch regulated. We also have, again, the 19 on sale for $62.99. Now that is an amazing deal as well. And then we also have our 21. We have two versions. We have a standard 21, which we kind of refer to as the R. They are both regulated. Difference in speeds. The professional one you see there at $82.99 goes up to 2,600 stitches a minute. So it's a faster, a larger screen, more functionality, and it's kind of our professional top-of-line system. With that, we're excited to bring Mark. Well, I guess we're going to have Karla and Alyssa here back with us, and we're going to be talking a little bit more again about this new, what they're going to talk about and why is this so great. Here we go. Let's bring them on so they can talk and share that with us.
We're going to give you a sneak peek on a new awesome accessory foot kit that's coming out in the next few months, and we're going to tell you a little bit about it. We've got to really kind of hurry through it, but it's something worth seeing. So it's our Quilt Perfect Ruler Set. And we're going to show you a little bit of the feet that are in the kit and what they do. And Bryant's got some pictures online. So the one that I have on the machine now is, what is the official name of it? It's the Precision Foot. So this foot here is a foot that has little pointers so that you can measure accurately with a ruler that comes with the kit. Now it's, I love our True Cut rulers, and I use them. If you watch me in any of my videos, this is the ruler that I use all the time. And actually, we put the True Grips on the wrong side, but oh well. so anyway, so it's one of my favorite rulers, and because it has the track, it keeps your fingers away from the needle of the machine, and so you're not going to sew over your hand. And if any of you have ever done that, oh my heck, that really, really hurts. so just know that this is a 3x8 ruler, and I'm going to have Alyssa put it under there and just kind of show you how it works.
And this is a 15 Pro. So
right.
This is the one that we're going to be using.
So you just hold it in place, and you'll just do your measurements, and it'll accurately move, and it has the bearing inside of it as well, so you can turn without, so you can put the needle in the down position, okay, and shift your ruler and go any direction that you want to and measure accurately with this ruler foot. Now, we're going to quickly tell you about the other feet as well. So, Bryant, why don't you bring up the other feet? This foot here is the rolling foot. And the rolling foot, it has a bearing as well. So it turns with you, but it's less friction. So it's easier to maneuver across your ruler. Then the next foot that we have, so it gives you that nice, precise quilting that you really love, but it's less friction, so there's less strain on your hand from holding it because it glides across the ruler. Then the last foot that is involved is our true track foot. This foot actually is pretty cool because it attaches to the guide on your ruler right here, and you can go from side to side all the way across, having a nice straight even guide with your ruler, and it's not going to deviate and twist and turn, so you're not going to move off of the ruler because it's got this is the track, the ruler has the guide just like our cutters. So it's kind of like our cutters, and it's not going to shift and move on as you're quilting using the ruler. So we're really excited. They'll be ready in the next couple of months. So we're just really excited to show you the sneak peek at our, make sure I'm getting the name right, Quilt Perfect Ruler Kit Set. So look forward to seeing that and actually introducing it with lots of fun videos.
Yeah, one thing too, they will come with a ruler. Like Karla said, it'll look just like this. It's 3 by 8 inches. So it'll allow you to use the feet with a ruler and quilt with greater precision.
And we didn't make it any longer or wider than that because you're not supposed to shift the ruler any wider than your hand span from your thumb to your pinky because it's going to hold it into place. It also has the holes in the ruler. Another thing that I like, again, it makes it easier for you to hold it in place as you're moving across your quilt, but it also, again, keeps your hands away from the needle. So it keeps it nice and safe, and you'll be able to quilt perfect. They want us to go on a little longer, so we can actually embellish on and on and on about this new. It's so much fun to be able to create new, innovative ways to quilt, and that's what's fun about working at the Grace Company is because you could come up with an idea and you'll say, "Oh, guys, can we try this?" And they'll bring it to you and they'll say, "Oh, yeah, this will work, but you have to do this and this and this." And this is how this bearing in the foot came to be. It's just that we thought, hey, how much easier would it be to be able to angle your foot with the bearing and easier for you to move across your quilt. So we're really excited about these new innovative ideas that we have. And that's what's fun about working here at the Grace Company, that you can come up with something and everybody else helps you create this wonderful tool for you to use. And so I'm really excited that we'll be able to present this in the next couple of months. So look forward to our videos. And
it looks like there's some questions on there about what the pricing will be, when they'll be available, if you can use coupons and stuff for it. They're not available yet. We don't have any kind of like ballpark estimate on when they will be. So for now, just hang tight and be excited because they're going to be awesome.
It looks like they're ready, and so we'll let them. Oh, okay. So we're very excited. Alyssa here has interviewed Tommy Forrest. He is just the sweetest man on earth, and he started with the Grace Company quilting on one of our wooden frames and actually has become a dealer in South Carolina, but his passion is Quilts of Valor. And Alyssa was able to interview him, and he has just got a wonderful story about how he has jumped into quilting. And so I'll let Alyssa introduce him.
Yeah, so he's going to tell you his story. We sat down and recorded a 30-minute interview earlier last week, and he's going to tell you about himself. There's not much introduction that's needed for him. He's in North Carolina. It's a virtual interview. We weren't able to have him come here, but I'm pretty sure that you'll all love him and you'll all be inspired by his story. So that being said, get a blanket, cozy up, and get ready for some good vibes. It's going to be good. Hi, my name is Alyssa. Welcome to the Spring Fling. I'm so glad that we get to spend a little bit of time in a very important interview this morning, or this afternoon I should say, with Tommy Forrest. He's joining us virtually from South Carolina, and we're so excited to have him here. Welcome, Tommy. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you for asking.
I'm
so
excited with you today.
Awesome. We're so glad you're here. Tommy is amazing. As I've had the opportunity to talk to him a couple times over the last few weeks and get to know a little bit more about him, I have been delighted by his personality, his passion for quilting, his huge element of generosity and hospitality that he shares with others through quilting. And I think that all of you will be delighted and charmed just as much as I have been. So let's jump right in. Let's get to know a little bit more about Tommy. Tommy, tell me a little about yourself. How did you get into quilting?
Well, after my wife passed away, actually it was 2012, I really needed something because I was her caregiver and she was at home hospice. And when I lost her, I not only lost my wife, but I also lost my job because I didn't have anything to do. So my next door neighbor taught me into learning how to sew so I could make some memory bears from some of her shirts and blouses. And she taught me how to sew. And then at some point I said I would like to learn how to quilt. And she took it literally. And that was about maybe 500 quilts ago. So that's how I got started.
Wow, that's amazing. So tell me about some of your very first projects. How did what really got you hooked on quilting?
Well, my very first quilt was a pattern called Winning Hand. My next door neighbor bought all the fabric and brought me a pattern, and I already had a rotary cutter and a few of the items, and I had a sewing machine. So she bought it was all batiks, and I made a twin XL bedspread in Winning Hand, which is on point. And because I learned how to quilt on point, that's one of my two favorite ways to sew is on point. It creates interest and motion, and most people think it's really hard, but it's not. My favorite thing to say about that is it's just sewing. And that's why we have seam rippers. So when we don't sew it right, we can fix it. And like sometimes you can fix it over and over and over again. But that's how I learned how to sew, was making memory bears, and quilting just seemed like a good way to keep doing something that I really enjoy doing. And I'm knee deep in it now all the time, and chin deep in it most of the time.
So when, after your neighbor introduced you to sewing, did you get your first long arm quilting machine?
2 years. It was the Gracie King made. It's I guess it was the last wooden frame that Grace made, and I got it and a 14 plus Unique. I still have that machine. It's got about 60 million stitches on it.
Holy cow.
And the ladies at Quilts of Valor that quilt, they fight over it. It sews so beautifully, and it's easy to take care of and keep sewing good. So it was my first one. And then a few years later, I added a 21 with the QCT5 software on a continuum frame. So I have the two of them.
That's amazing. Tell me a little bit more about how you got to where you are. What brought you from, making a few quilts? What did you do with your first quilts? Like where did this all start?
Well, my next door neighbor and I made lap quilts for folks at the nursing home. They're in wheelchairs. And we were making 3 each a week. And that's what actually drove us to get the first long arm. Was we were having to rent a machine, and it was costing too much money to rent one. So we decided to buy one. But we were doing 6 quilts a week, taking them to the nursing home. And then in October of 2013, I was awarded a Quilt of Valor, and that changed everything for me. I've dedicated my whole sewing effort now to Quilts of Valor. And we have a group here in Anderson, and we do about 500 quilts a year for veterans. And I'm a veteran, so I thought getting a Quilt of Valor was like the best thing ever. But when you award one to somebody, it feels just as good and sometimes better.
That's amazing. So tell me more about your group. You mentioned that you have a Quilts of Valor group there in Anderson. Do you run it? Tell me about how you got involved with this.
Well, when I first started doing Quilts of Valor, they didn't have groups. So when they first started them, the upstate South Carolina coordinator came over and visited with me and my next door neighbor. And she asked me would I be the group leader for the group here in Anderson, and it was a no-brainer. So I did it, and we started off with, I was the only member, and now we have actually over 100, but I call it 99 because we have 99 folks that actually sew. Not all of them sew all the time, of course, but they, in some way or another, they contribute all the time. We have ladies that only bind, and we have some that only make tops. The long arms are available to anybody in the group that wants to learn how. We do a 2-day class on it. We'll teach them free motion or use the computers. We have almost 2,000 square feet in the Joe Brown Senior Center here in Anderson, South Carolina. And it's 3 classrooms in a former junior high school. 3 of the ladies that sew with me actually went to school there. And one of them, mother went to school there. Living in small town America is the best thing in the world. But then when you start tying family together over and over and over again, it's even more special. So.
Yeah, that is very special. I think you told me that you're the only man in 2 quilt guilds. How has that been?
Let's see, it's been 9 years ago that I started. So I don't think 9 years ago that anybody thought I'd be around maybe even a year. But in that last picture you showed, the lady on the right, that's my next door neighbor. She's the one that actually taught me how to sew.
Wow, that's awesome.
I refer to her as sister. We're not kin, but if you sent me out to find me a sister, she's who I'd come back with. So in my heart, she is my sister.
That's amazing.
Yes, it's amazing. And every time I think, well, we're never going to be able to do anything like this again, something will happen and we do. But we've actually awarded quilts to 3 gentlemen, all on their 101st birthday.
Wow.
And that, to me, that just knowing 3 101 persons, but they're all, World War II veterans. And it's just an amazing experience. And then we've wrapped 7 or maybe 8 100-year-old veterans. So
wow.
One of those was an Army nurse from World War II. So we love wrapping the lady veterans too. So and now, of course, they're always amazed, that a guy is the one that gets in touch with them wanting to do that. I can't help that part. So, well, in our QOV group, we actually have one other man who is a Navy veteran, and he said one day that he would like to try a hand at it. So we brought him in and sat him down, and he's made about 7 or 8 quilts in the last year to award to fellow Navy veterans. So
that's amazing.
There's a world of veterans living in Anderson County, so we're never going to run out of people to make quilts for. So.
That's great. So you've told me some stories about some of the early days of your group there. Tell us about your first trip to buy fabric wholesale in, I think it was King Mountain, North Carolina.
Yes, there's a fabric place up there called Faust Textiles. Local folks from Kings Mountain area, but he has a great selection of made in the USA patriotic fabrics. So in my mind, the best thing in the world we could do is if we could make every quilt out of all US made fabrics, but it goes a little beyond that because the cotton they use in the fabrics that he sells is actually grown in South Carolina, and the fabric is woven and printed in South Carolina. So it's really local product. So not only are we helping veterans, but we're helping the local economy as well. And he has really good prices on this, so everybody wins.
Yeah.
Anytime you can do something to help the US of A, you need to do it. So
yeah, that's awesome. And I love that you mentioned, helping these local businesses and supporting that local economy. I think we have a picture of a quilt top that you made somewhat recently. It's an orange one.
That's called a binder star quilt. I made that while I was visiting my daughter in Kentucky. I pieced it all. I didn't cut it all, but I pieced it all in one day. All of it was sewn on a 1938 Singer featherweight. It's special in a lot of ways. In the upper right-hand corner, there's a helicopter. And this quilt was actually awarded to a helicopter pilot who served in Vietnam. It added to the specialness of it. But I love to do things like that and find the right person for the right quilt. And one of the things that we asked our recipients is, how tall are you and how much do you weigh? Because you don't want to give somebody a quilt that doesn't fit them. So if somebody's tall and thin, we give them a longer quilt. If somebody's big and short, we give them one that's wider. So we try to make it personal because it is personal. But if it's personal but it doesn't fit, then some of the whole idea gets lost in the wind that way. So
yeah, that's amazing. I know I was talking to Karla earlier, and she showed me a quilt that you made for her, and just as a friendly gesture, and she loves it. She told me how much she cherishes it. And I think it's amazing that you personalize and put so much thought into it, because, I mean, even though I have only met one person who's received a quilt from you, I can tell how much that means to her, that kind of personalization. And I think that that's really something.
Well, you actually have 3 recipients working at Grace. Jason Chateau, I made him a quilt, and I also made Aubrey Jerome a quilt.
That's amazing. That's
They
fantastic.
have all affected my life in a very positive way, and that's what quilting is all about. It's showing your love for somebody, your respect, and sharing what you do have to give, with them. So
Yeah.
it's fun.
I think that that's beautiful. Tell me, how has, that giving, that personalization, that what you just described, how has that changed you as a person? How has that helped to benefit your life?
I think that I've probably gotten 100 million emails since I fell victim to the computer system. The very sweetest, kindest, and heart-rendering email I ever got was from Aubrey. I printed it and framed it. She expressed gratitude for something that I truly enjoyed doing, and I was moved to do it for her. But then when I got her email, it was quite heart-rendering. So quilters are an odd bunch of people. We try to find any kind of reason that'll work to make somebody a quilt so we can share our love and our talent. So
Yeah.
that's what it's all about.
That's beautiful. And, I know you've mentioned that this was something that started because of, something hard that happened in your life, being the loss of your wife. And, how has quilting helped you to, what's a good way to say this? I guess kind of to find peace with life. And not just that, because, loss is something that we're continually learning how to deal with. But how has this process and this journey for you, how has it changed the way you see yourself?
Well, I didn't think it was anything all that special for me, to me. I don't like, sometimes I'm embarrassed by the accolades because it's a whole group of us. I'm just one tooth on a big gear. The foundation does thousands and thousands of quilts a year, and we contribute about 500 of that every year. But it's kind of hard to explain, but last November, I was named the Anderson County Senior Citizen of the Year. It may be the only time in 77 years that I've ever been speechless. I had no idea that I had even been considered for it. When I actually got the award, he called my name, and I was still looking around in the crowd trying to figure out who it was going to be. All of my kids were there. All of my really close friends were there, and it was special. It really was. So we have a little credo and a card that we give every recipient. It says, "We believe that as we sow, love, care, and gratitude flow from our hearts to our hands and into the quilts we sew. And we want you to know that through our quilt, you are forever in our hearts." And that's how all the people in my group feel that way. And it's hard to put into words, but that's the long and the short of it. It's the most rewarding thing that I've ever done in all my life. So I hope I live to be 100 and keep making quilts till then too.
That's wonderful. What a fantastic legacy. We've talked a lot about, some of the advantages and the positive things that you've seen because of this. Tell us a little bit about challenges that you've seen with your quilting journey or obstacles that you've had to overcome. Tell us briefly about that.
In 2015, I had a heart attack in my kitchen and fell on concrete floor and it broke my back.
Wow.
And I ended up having to have multiple vertebrae tied together with titanium rods, and I couldn't do much after that, because of all the hardware they'd put in me.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that I got to sit and sew, even though I'd been hurt and all, I knew I had found what I was looking for. The last thing I did before I started full-time taking care of my wife was I built an engine for my car. So I've always liked to doing mechanical things, and sewing is a mechanical thing when you really look at it hard and figure it out. It's mechanics. So I enjoy doing it. I love working on sewing machines. I restore featherweights, not to sell and make money at, but to get them back into circulation. I buy parts and pieces and make them. So that's kind of my sideline. But quilting, it means everything to me. I'm so grateful that Sister taught me how to sew. And now I just want to share it with the world.
That is so amazing. And now that you are sharing it with the world, and as you have been over the last several years, I think that I could say that, us here at Grace and everyone who you've ever had any hand in giving a quilt to, whether that be parts of Quilts of Valor or as a friend or whatever the case may be, I think that I can speak for them and say that they all agree that we are all glad that Sister taught you how to sew as well, because it's brought a difference into our lives. Even just hearing about your story has brought a difference into my life. And I think that that's wonderful. The difference that one person can make it's frankly amazing.
Well, thank you. And I would encourage anybody that's never done a Quilt of Valor or never seen it. You can go on our website. It's quoff.org, and it'll tell you the closest Quilt of Valor group to where you live. And if you've never seen or been part of an award ceremony, you can get in touch with whoever name is listed there with the phone number and ask them, can you come to the next wrapping? And that's how you get started.
Tell us, for those who don't know what a Quilts of Valor wrapping or ceremony or what Quilts of Valor is, briefly describe to us what a wrapping ceremony is like. What happens in a wrapping ceremony?
Well, we have this thing, we make up a packet of information. One of the items in it is a postcard, and we thank each veteran 3 ways. We thank them for their service, their valor in serving our nation, and we thank them for their patriotism. And then we let them know that they're forever in our hearts and our thoughts. And I don't know exactly how to put it, but I served before Vietnam. So I'm not a Vietnam veteran. I've never been in combat, but I did sign my name 23 times, and one of those signatures is a blank check for up to and including your life. And a lot of guys came home from Vietnam and were cursed and spit on and have never really been thanked in any way, shape, or form for serving. And that's one of the things that we say at every ceremony is welcome home, and let them know that somebody really does care that they served. And we do that with a 60-inch wide, 80-inch long Quilt of Valor that can be any variation of colors or some panels, some all little pieces. We have one lady that she's what we call a stripper. She sews little small strips of paper together or fabric together, and some of it is paper pieced or sewn together on dryer sheets to give it some body while you're sewing the little pieces. She'll make an entire quilt out of those little small pieces. And it's a lot of work, but it's her passion. That's what she loves. And her husband, who we lost 2 years ago, was a Vietnam veteran. And he was awarded a quilt at our sewing group, you know, at Quilts of Valor. So she saw how much it meant to him, and that's what she does all the time now. She makes Quilts of Valor, and she's actually an award-winning quilter. So it, you know, it makes it even more special when somebody that can sell quilts and make money at it doesn't choose to do that. They want to make quilts to present someone for serving our nation. So.
That's amazing. Thank you for telling us about this. I mean, I know that I can speak for myself in this and hopefully for all of our listeners as well, but hearing your story has brought me so much inspiration. I've thought of different things that I can do to kind of follow in your example in my own way, to take the experiences that I've had and to use them to help other people, to make a difference in their lives, even if it's just something like a quilt or even something less significant. I think that's amazing.
The good thing is once you see it take place and see the tears and the joy and how much everybody enjoys it, then you might want to participate in it. We have ladies that they don't have time to sew. They work, you know, full-time jobs, and then they're moms and housekeeping, you know, they got all that to do. So they don't get to do the sewing and the quilting part of it, but they love going and being there and hugging the veterans and letting them know that their service is recognized and appreciated. So I would encourage everybody to look into, you know, going to a wrapping and see what it's all about. You might find you a new love.
That is fantastic. Thank you, Tommy. And thank you for sharing your story with us, for inviting us to be a part of this, and for sharing your inspiration and your story with us. We appreciate you. We appreciate your service, and we appreciate your ongoing community efforts to really help and uplift the people around you. We know it makes a difference to everyone that you come in contact with, even in an interview like this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Now, what a wonderful interview. That was absolutely great to be able to see Tommy and all the things that he has going on. And thanks to Alyssa for helping take the time to kind of ask him some of those wonderful questions and to hear that story. Again, I wanted to kind of encourage all those that are still with us today to go ahead and, as we kind of finish part of what we're doing today, know that we're going to be continuously recasting these throughout the weekend. We have 2 more days of live streaming. That means we'll be back here tomorrow, Mountain Standard Time. We're here out of Salt Lake City, Utah. We're going to be starting at 11 o'clock our time. We'll be going clear through 4 o'clock as well. So we're really excited about everything that we've got going on. In fact, what I wanted to do is quickly hop in, and I wanted to go ahead and bring up our screen of some events. So give me just a minute here. I'm going to pull that up for us all. And I wanted to walk through so you kind of know some of these expectations on what we have tomorrow, which is really a great thing to be able to look forward to. I also wanted to come back and I wanted to be able to show you a few things. So we're going to bring this up with my special quantum view. No, just kidding. So with that, I wanted to kind of look at your home account. So this is your account dashboard, and this is a great place. If you just log back in, it's really quick. And I wanted to show you, if you want to go look at not only the events of the day, but tomorrow's events and the following events, you can kind of come through and look at the different type of events, and you can click on see all events, and this will go into the event page. And right now it actually scrolled down to the last part, with is where we're at down here on the bottom. So we just had and listened to Tommy Forrest. We're now going to be just kind of closing up the meeting, but let's go ahead and take a quick look and gander at tomorrow. Where do we have tomorrow? We'll have to look at this here. Well, let's just keep on going here. So here we go. So let's go down here to Friday's events. And as we look at these events, this is what we're going to be finishing off with Lizzie Allen. We're going to be watching some of her insights that we have for quilters from beginner on. And so again, we're going to start off live. We're going to do some giveaways tomorrow morning. We have one talking about methods of quilting, and Karla has some great insights and tips that she's going to be providing you with. We're going to talk about quilting into fashion. So what does that mean with Karla as well? We're going to be learning some best tips and tricks with maintenance, and that one's going to be a really good one. Looking care of the frames, the wheels. We end up with people, they buy these, and there's thousands and thousands of frames and thousands of machines. And one of the things that people want to know is what are some of the best practices we have in being able to help keep everything maintained correctly. We have wonderful Jennifer Gaston, who is one of the founders of the Primitive Quilts. She is going to do a trunk show with us, and it's really great. She's one of our ambassadors, and she has loved part of all these different pieces that happen with part of different primitive quilting and things with wool and a whole bunch of other stuff. So we're really excited to see her quilt show, her trunk show that she has coming up. We then have Karla. Today she did a snippet on these baby bubbles quilts, and I'll tell you, it is a wonderful little cute quilt. Feels amazing. I'll tell you, you're going to want to make this for some little baby that you know about and give this to them. We're going to then do some more live giveaways. We have a lot of giveaways we're going to continuously be doing live at these events, and some of those are great larger prizes and some of those are smaller. So we'll continue with that. We have another sneak peek product tomorrow, and then we're going to be finishing up with, again, Lizzie Allen talking about feathers, and letting you think, hey, if I'm a beginner, what does that mean? And if I'm an advanced person, what does that mean? And again, then we have a whole bunch of things that'll be going on Saturday. So again, coming back to my account homepage and my dashboard, one of the things that's great with this is as we move through this, you're going to notice we have these these announcements that come up. You have your schedules on the left. If you haven't entered a quilt, there's a quick bit to go ahead and enter that. You can also go to the home page to see what else might be falling in there. Also look at the different sales and the different promotions that we have. So again, with excitement, I'm glad to bring this all to a close. I would like to ask here before I kind of wrap up is what other last questions might we have out there? And I'm going to go through and I'm going to try to answer just a few of those if we can before we leave. So I'm just going to kind of come back and see. So just thank you, everybody. Yep, we appreciate it. It's wonderful to hear everybody's participation. One of the questions is, let me bring this up here. Can we watch segments later if we can't make it to the live portion? The answer is yes. We will be republishing all of these, and I think we're going to start to republish them on Sunday because we've got live events all day tomorrow, live events all day Saturday. Sunday will be our first where we're going to start to republish these, and then we'll also present them Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We go live next week Thursday and next week Friday. We do our grand giveaway on Friday afternoon towards the end of our show, and that grand giveaway is amazing. It is our 21 professional machine on a large frame and with the system. So it's a really a great thing. We're excited to be able to give that away. So if you don't have friends who have entered yet, get them to register because we won't pull that until the end of that day for winter. So anybody else who comes to register and join us, we're really glad to have them. And then let me put this out there. I just want to encourage you this. Go into your quilts if you have your quilts that you've posted and use the share buttons. Let's throw these out there to the ones that you know that are around you. Invite other quilts. Hey, let's send this to your quilt guild. Let's let them know that there are shows and events that are happening today. I know hopefully this fall we're going to have a lot more that we can get into in person, but go in here and look. You can, if you find something that you really like, come up here and on the right hand side you can copy and paste it into a text message if you want. You can email it, you can attach it to your Facebook, and so there's a lot of different ways of posting a lot of these different things that you're seeing. So I'm going to encourage you to do that as well. And then while we're at this, the last thing I would encourage you to do is go look at the vendors. Go see what the vendors have. Everybody has come up with very specific coupons and promotions for this event only. So go ahead and take a minute and browse the different vendors that are out there, see what they have, see what their coupons are, go visit their sites. We want to encourage everybody to go support some of the vendors that we have. And again, thank you for all the vendors who've been able to help bring such great discounts to all of our quilters here at the Spring Fling. With that, I think I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Again, just one last reminder is go take a look at the sales, go take a look at the coupons, go take a look at the quilts, go take a look at the classes. There's a lot of things to look at and keep you busy for another couple hours tonight. And then we look forward to seeing you tomorrow as we get started here again, 11 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. With that, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Well, let me go ahead. I was going to see if there's any other questions here. Let's see. Just this fun day. Wonderful. Love that. Thank you. It has been a fun day. It's been wonderful having you with us. Another one. Again, thank you for the participation. It has been great. It looks like we've got everything there. So with that, we're going to just pick up tomorrow where we're leaving off today. So from the Grace Company here in Salt Lake City, Utah, Nathan Erznosnik, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.